Mr. Aragon, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Fordyce, I see you and I know you're ready. Okay, it is 8:30 a.m. on the 11th of March. We are continuing the contested hearing in case 25610. Yesterday, we heard from one witness from Powderhorn, Mr. Travis Maka, and then we heard Mr. Umweke from Marathon, a little bit out of order. So we're going back to Powderhorn. But before we do, are there any preliminary issues that arose last night for anyone?
Mr. Hearing Officer Adam Rankin for Marathon, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Holliday, who do you want to call next?
Well, we'd like to call Leonard Wood.
Mr. Wood.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Good morning, Mr. Wood. I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holliday, right ahead.
I'm sorry, is there an echo on my end?
Yes, I was just getting, no, it's mine, but I fixed it. Okay, just 1 second. Share my screen. Go to the exhibits. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Wood.
Good morning.
Just some preliminary matters before we get rolling. Could you just state your name and your position with Powderhorn for the record?
Leonard Wood. I'm the Vice President of Exploration and Development.
And how long have you been, and you're a petroleum geologist, correct?
Yes, I've been a geologist for almost 24 years.
Right, okay.
Or a little over 24, probably.
And can you just really briefly walk through your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in geology from Midwestern State University in Wichita Falls. I received that in 1999, and I have a master's of geoscience from Texas Tech University. I received that in 2001.
Okay, thank you. And then could you just provide a brief summary of your career prior to joining Powderhorn?
Yes, sure. Do you want it in reverse order or from the beginning?
Yeah, sure, that'd be good.
After graduation, I went to work for Matador Petroleum Corporation in Dallas, Texas. That company was acquired by Tom Brown Inc. And then subsequently in Canada, I spent 4 years with that organization as a geologist. Left there, was at EOG 8 years in Midland, held numerous roles as senior geologist, geological advisor. My last 2 years there, I was division exploration manager. Left EOG and went to a private equity startup, Bold Energy 3, where I was a partner. Was the exploration manager there. And then that entity was acquired by Earthstone Energy. So between those two, I spent almost 11 years together. Ending up the last 5 years, I was vice president of exploration and development there. Earthstone was a publicly held company that was acquired by Permian Resources in 2023. I was an officer at that company, did not survive the merger with Permian Resources. Started consulting. Powderhorn was one of my consulting clients, and then I came to work for them in January of 2025.
All right, thank you. And you've previously testified as an expert before this division, correct?
I have.
And you prepared a self-affirmed statement and the exhibits in this, in Powderhorn's exhibit packet that are marked Exhibit B, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Do you have any additions or changes to your testimony that you want to make right now?
I do not.
Okay, I want to get into geology a little bit. Mr. Wood, can you describe the geologic characteristics of the Wolfcamp Formation that underlie the proposed Super Hornet spacing unit?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And it's my understanding that we're in agreement with Marathon on targets and geology here, but the Wolfcamp is the most developed reservoir target in this area. Multiple landing targets in the Wolfcamp A, XY, and the B, C, depending on intraformational nomenclature, varies per different company, but in my testimony, I'll refer to the deeper target as the B. It's a mixed siliciclastic deep marine system. I think across the Super Hornet proposed interval, the upper target in the Y sand is pretty uniform, 50 to 60 feet thick. The lower B target is pretty uniform, about 125 feet thick.
So
We have,
it's,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I think in review of Mr. Dupree's exhibits, I think our targets are equivalent.
And in your professional opinion, does it support developing sections 2 and 3 as a single spacing unit?
Yes, I believe so.
And you're aware that Marathon's geologist, Mr. Dupree, states there's no substantial geologic difference between Powderhorn's plan and Conoco's plan, right?
Yes, I agree with that.
And is there anything in the subsurface geology that would prevent the drilling of 1.5 mile laterals in an
Not to
across
my,
sections 2? Across
I'm sorry,
sections
but-
2 and 3.
yeah, I don't believe so. I'm sorry, Ben, I'll wait for you to finish the question.
No, I'm the usual offender on that, and so I will do a better job of stopping. I want to turn to Marathon's rebuttal exhibit number 6.
Sure.
So we can see that there is a graph on the left-hand side of that exhibit. Can you tell me what that is?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this would be SIR rebuttal, and I don't know that we've asked for leave to present SIR rebuttal testimony.
This is relevant. The only time maximum stress orientation was raised was in Marathon's rebuttal exhibits 24 hours or less than 24 hours before the hearing. And it's important in this case, they're standing on it. They're going to testify about it. I think it's completely adequate because they opened the door.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me orient myself because I've not seen this exhibit yet. What are we looking at, Mr. Holliday?
So if you go to Marathon rebuttal exhibit 6,
Okay,
on the left side, there's a blue to green picture map that's labeled maximum stress orientation.
I see it now. So this exhibit was, when did you first see this exhibit, Mr. Holliday?
Monday night.
Monday night, okay. And Mr. Rankin, your objection to their testifying in rebuttal to your rebuttal exhibit is what?
This would be SIR rebuttal because they're responding to our rebuttal. We did raise the orientation and the preference based on, I'd have to pull up his testimony, but I believe it was addressed in his direct. But this is in response to Powderhorn's failure to address well orientation and just pointing out that there is no preference based on maximum stress orientation, which was the point of this testimony.
So yesterday, I remember you were saying after Mr. Holliday's opening argument, which is not evidence, that, this raised a question for you about the orientation. But it seems to me as though this exhibit opens the door to that sort of testimony and what do you have to say about that?
So in their direct testimony, Mr. Examiner, they made arguments that the Northeast Corridor was going to be stranded.
Right.
And the only way that's the case is if they fail to do a stand-up orientation well.
North-south, you mean, Stan?
Correct.
Okay.
And the only reason that would not be acceptable is if the maximum stress orientation dictates a laydown orientation. Therefore, this testimony regarding the maximum stress should have been part of their direct case, explaining why a laydown orientation was necessary and prevented them from doing a stand-up, thereby stranding the Northeast Corridor. So this was clearly within the scope of what they should have been putting on in their direct case, which they didn't do.
So why is this diagram in your witness's rebuttal testimony?
We're pointing out that they failed in their direct testimony to put forth any evidence on maximum stress or preferred well orientation. And we're solidifying here that there is no preference based on maximum stress and based on the history of well development.
And this is coming in through which of your witnesses?
Our geologist.
Yeah. And so you wouldn't have any objection if this testimony came after your geologist testified, is that right?
Well, I would just say that they would have to seek leave, I would suggest, for a SIR rebuttal, because normally that's only at the leave of the court. And they have to demonstrate why it's appropriate for them to be given the opportunity to provide SIR rebuttal.
Let me think, Mr. Holliday, if I need anything further from you, let me think about this. So let's see. We have an issue here about the direction of the wells. And the argument is, hey, this should have been in your direct testimony. Mr. Holliday, why wasn't this part of your direct case in chief?
Sure. I think it'd be helpful to bring us back to what we're doing here today, which is
Right.
to approve Powderhorn's plan.
Right.
Powderhorn does not plan to drill a north-south well. Our entire plan and development has been communicated as east to west. Marathon does not plan to drill a north-south well. The only time we've begun discussing Powderhorn drilling a north-south well was when we received the rebuttal exhibits on Monday night, which depict a proposed location for Powderhorn to drill north-south. And we have this maximum stress orientation slide of support for that. It's well within the scope of what we're talking about today to have our geologists discuss why that is unacceptable to Powderhorn.
So it was never Powderhorn's intent to drill a north-south well. It was always their intent to drill an east-west well.
That is correct.
And that's why you didn't bring it up in your direct.
That's correct.
All right. And then Mr. Rankin, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Mr. McQuay yesterday discuss this slide?
Well, they, again, in response to their engineer's direct testimony, where they said that the northeast corridor would be stranded. Again, from the very beginning, if they're going to say the northeast corridor is going to be stranded, they have to say why. And they never said why. And the only reason it's possible is because of geologic reasons. And they failed to put forth any evidence in their case in chief for why geologically it's not possible for them to do north-south. We learned yesterday for the first time, the true reason was because they made a contractual arrangement with Avant that would require them to only drill a laydown east to west. So for that is the reason I understand, based on Mr. Maka's testimony, that they are prohibited from considering doing a stand-up well here, not because of geology. So again, I would say the reason they didn't put forth any geologic evidence in their direct was because it wasn't a geologic basis. It was a contractual basis for their insistence on doing a laydown well. So that's why, in my view, they didn't put forward any geologic evidence in their direct. And so I believe it's late, and they should ask, they should just put forward a reason, a clear reason, not just because they didn't intend to do east-west, but a geologic reason why they didn't put forward this evidence in their direct case.
Mr. Holliday?
I don't think it's common for operators to argue against their own position. Again, Powderhorn's the only party with the application pending. We're requesting to go east-west. We're not requesting to go north-south. The only party requesting north-south is Marathon, who's also planning to go east-west next door. It is completely reasonable for us to talk about why we don't agree with that proposed plan.
So I have a question. So this will help me, I think. I understand that it wasn't in the case in chief, but I understand why. I understand that this diagram here from your geologist is being presented to show the division that they don't have to go east-west. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. And I would just say that Mr. Holliday can have at our geologist on cross to explain all those reasons, but that's exactly why.
Yeah, I'm not wild about parties telling each other how to build their case. So I'm not gonna entertain that idea, but this exhibit here is for that purpose. Okay, fine. And yesterday, when your witness was discussing this slide, what was his point? Your petroleum engineer or reservoir engineer, what was his point?
So actually, this slide came up, it was not presented through Mr. McQuay.
Right.
Mr. Fordyce raised it with him. I will say that in our direct testimony, we stated that there was no preference based on maximum stress.
Right.
So if Powderhorn had an issue with that, they ought to have put forward something in their rebuttal, which they didn't do. Okay, so that was their opportunity to respond. They didn't do it.
But this was filed on Monday. I just asked Mr. Holliday and he said he saw this Monday night, was it?
Correct.
Monday night. Yesterday was the first day of the hearing. I think this is fair game. I understand the technical argument. I understand your technical argument, but we're not in a court of law. And in the administrative procedure, we have a lot of flexible rules here to allow parties to thoroughly present their case. I could understand if there was some unfair prejudice to you based on this testimony, but as this is your exhibit, I don't find the argument that it should have been presented at some other point persuasive at this point.
May I make one
Sure.
additional point, Mr. Hearing Officer? If you look at paragraph 10 of our direct evidence,
I don't have that, so
I can
it would take me a moment. What are you trying to
I
say?
can read it to you. Okay, so this is our direct case that we filed more than a week ago.
Okay.
Okay. Our geologist says, in my opinion, the laydown orientation of the proposed wells is appropriate given the geologic stress in this area, which does not indicate a preferred well orientation as demonstrated by mix of existing stand-up and laydown Wolfcamp horizontal wells reflected on our exhibit. Okay. So my point here is that if they have a concern, which they are now expressing about our statement about maximum stress, that should have come in rebuttal from them, and they didn't do it. In my opening statement, I was going to make the remark that they've given up the argument about stranded acreage because they failed to refute or address in any way the maximum stress orientation or any geologic or technical basis for a laydown. So now, after submitting our rebuttal to the fact that they didn't address anything in their direct or rebuttal, they want to bring it up. So that's my concern.
I understand your concern. So we're here, as Mr. Holliday said, to either approve or deny his proposed almost 1,000 acre project. And part of why we're here is to gather relevant and material evidence to either approve or deny it. Now, their plan has been to go east-west from the very beginning. This slide here and your witness's testimony say they don't need to go east-west, therefore they don't need to strand that, or that acres doesn't need to be stranded. I think it's a hyper-technical argument to keep out this rebuttal testimony from this geologist so that the division can make an educated, meaningful decision on this case. And so for that reason, and since it's not unfair, it doesn't unfairly prejudice you, I give you a lot of latitude, Mr. Rankin, to do what you need to do to help the division make an educated choice. But I feel like I need to let in relevant and material evidence. So I'm overruling the objection. Mr. Holliday, go ahead.
Thank you. So when we look at Exhibit 6 or Marathon Rebuttal Exhibit 6, what is this? We've established that this is maximum stress orientation. Can you explain just in plain language why this is important?
Sure. And again, I think it's been established. I saw this late Monday evening, and I'd like to make the statement that since Marathon and Powderhorn had the same orientation, I didn't think I needed to make this argument. This map shows a published stress orientation map, maximum horizontal stress from Zovac and Snee, I believe. They published multiple papers on stress orientations in unconventional basins. This one shows the greater Permian Basin, shows the stress rotation across the greater Permian Basin. The bulk of the Midland Basin is predominantly east-west, north 75, north 80 east. As you move west into the Delaware Basin, in the portion of New Mexico, if you look in southeast New Mexico, it still has the same orientation, pretty much north 80 degrees east. As you move west across southern New Mexico, the stress field rotates, and it also rotates below the Grisham Fault in the other direction in the southern Delaware. So the stress field is complicated and well published in the Delaware Basin. In eastern Lee County, due to the strong stress orientation, wells are drilled north-south. In northern Eddy County, due to the strong stress orientation being the SH max being north-south, the wells are drilled east-west. Marathon has drawn a red box around pretty much in the project area or close. I don't have a planimeter or a digital planimeter, but that looks to be about north or north 35 east to me. I think Mr. Fordyce pointed out in his cross-examination yesterday of Dr. Omekwe that he even said that it thought it looked a little more preferential to drill east-west.
And just to make sure I'm clear for the record, what is it about the maximum stress orientation that makes an east-west well plan more preferable in your opinion?
Sure. It's pretty common in horizontal plays to try to drill as close to perpendicular to maximum horizontal stress as you can. Induced hydraulic fractures propagate in the direction of SH max. So your horizontal wells are drilled in the minimum stress direction usually. It's been pointed out by Marathon that wells are drilled at both orientations. Powderhorn's 960 acre proposal. We have, I think yesterday, Mr. Rankin's testimony that or Ross was that wells could be drilled at multiple orientations for multiple reasons. Timing, pre-existing wells, pooling, existing permits, existing wells. Powderhorn has a greenfield 960 acre proposed unit where we can decide the orientation. Our preference here, given our understanding of the stress field being north or north 35 degrees, north 30 to north 35 degrees east, we would prefer an east-west orientation, which is what we have before the commission.
Let's move on from that for a little bit. We may come back, but let's talk about when you were at Earthstone and you were the vice president of exploration and development. Did you guys drill and complete wells in the area of the proposed Super Hornet unit?
Yes, we had some development. Earthstone acquired a company in late 2001, early 2002, Chisholm Energy. They had assets in the township to the north, 23 south, 26 east.
Okay. And you guys drilled some wells called the Cletus wells that were approximately 2 miles northwest of here, right?
We did.
And what orientation were those wells drilled?
North-south.
Would you have drilled these wells north-south if you could have chosen another way? Or let me strike that. Why were these wells drilled north-south?
Sure. When Earthstone acquired Chisholm, those wells were pooled and permitted, I believe, pooled for sure in a north-south orientation. Plus, Chisholm had existing wells on the east and west. I believe the Dark Canyon wells are on the east and the Asteroid wells are on the west, preventing a 2 mile east-west orientation.
Do you believe that for these Cletus wells, the completion, would it have been more optimized if they had been drilled on an east-west orientation?
I believe the stress orientation is slightly more preferable to an east-west orientation. I believe the wells would be slightly better.
Okay. And how did you sequence the Wolfcamp wells, the Wolfcamp A and the Wolfcamp B? How were those sequenced in the Cletus unit?
Going back in the vault, Mr. Holliday, but I think when we acquired Chisholm, the Asteroid wells had been drilled to the west and the Dark Canyon wells had been drilled to the east. We drilled 2 XY wells on the east half in a stand-up orientation and then came back, I think, say 15 months later, plus or minus, and drilled 2 more XY locations and tested the B interval as a single target.
And do you believe, and this is the last question I have about this.
Sure.
Do you believe that orientation, or excuse me, that the sequencing was optimal?
I think with the capital restraints that Earthstone had, we didn't have the budget to drill uh, um, 4 wells at the same time. I think is my recollection or room in the drill schedule. I think there were multiple reasons for the 2-phase development.
Okay. If you had had the budget, would you have liked to drill all the wells at the same time?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about Conoco's alternative plan for the north half of section 2. When we look at well orientation, what's the well orientation that Marathon has proposed for its Campana wells in the north half section 2?
East-west.
They're east-west. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Marathon plans to drill east-west wells, but they want Powderhorn to agree north-south wells in the east half of 3. Is there any geologic basis for that distinction?
I didn't, excuse me, I didn't prepare those exhibits, but it was my understanding that we had competing well proposals with the same orientation and the same target. I didn't know we were going to have to do a stress orientation, but again, Powderhorn has a 960 acre unit that we're proposing that has no wells on it. Our preference would be, given the slight north-south bias of the stress field, we would prefer to drill east-west.
Yeah. And I'll say for the record that I didn't look forward to having to read the Z and Snowback article on the airplane a little here.
I understand.
Do you think, or in your professional opinion, does Conoco Marathon is they're synonymous in my mind. Is Marathon's choice to drill its own wells east-west, does that confirm that the east-west is the preferred orientation?
In my opinion, yes.
Right. Okay, let's move to lateral length. So from a geological perspective, is there any reason Powderhorn cannot drill 1.5 mile laterals across section 1 and 2?
Section 2 and 3?
I'm sorry, yeah, section 2 and 3, sorry.
Yeah, I've already testified in that, or provided my statement that I believe that the geology is uniform across the east half of 3 and section 2.
So Marathon originally proposed their 1.5 miles also, and then we've discussed ad nauseum that they've switched to a 1 mile lateral. But from a geological standpoint, is there any geological basis for shortening those laterals to 1 mile?
Not in my opinion.
And I believe we discussed in your prior testimony that horizontal wells can be drilled in orientations other than perpendicular maximum horizontal stress, correct?
Sure. That's correct.
But does that mean that stress orientation is irrelevant to well planning?
No, not at all. I think stress orientation is very important, but I think even Mr. Rankin pointed out yesterday that there are other reasons wells get drilled besides stress orientation.
But operators generally, in your experience, consider the stress direction when planning their well orientation.
Yes.
And even though there's multiple orientations that are physically possible, we're not going to talk about whether they're economically preferable, but if they're physically possible, is Powderhorn's east-west orientation, is that consistent with sound geologic and engineering practice?
Yes, in my opinion.
Okay, we're pretty close. I have a few questions about Powderhorn's plan. Because we've talked a lot about maximum stress, but I just want to make sure we've fully covered Powderhorn's plan because that's what we're here to approve or disapprove. Can you describe Powderhorn's proposed development plan from a geological perspective?
Sure. We plan to drill the 401 through 404 wells first, targeting the Y sand, upper A sand, completing those and then coming back probably within a year or so and drilling the B target.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, this development plan, it's geologically sound?
I believe so. I think other operators in the area have drilled A wells without drilling Bs with plans to come back later.
Okay. And just so broadly, this Marathon's alternative proposal in which they would also have to, the division would also have to deny Avance plans for the same acreage. So if Conoco's alternative is accepted and Powderhorn's plans denied and Avance plans denied, and Powderhorn has to drill its 1 mile north-southwest, do you think that makes sense from a geological perspective?
I do not.
All right. I just have two more questions. So based on your 24 years of experience as a petroleum geologist, you review this acreage, the data, it's your opinion, or is it your opinion that Powderhorn's proposed development plan is geologically reasonable and consistent with sound industry practice?
I do. I believe it is.
Right. And it's your opinion, right? Or sorry, is it your opinion that Powderhorn's proposed development plan will prevent waste and protect corralled rights?
Yes.
I think those are all my questions.
I have a question before we turn to Mr. Rankin. Mr. Wood, I didn't hear, maybe I missed it. I didn't hear you address the assertion yesterday from Mr. Umweke that that there's going to be parent-child well interference. Would you talk to that?
Yeah, I think there's the way that we would drill east-west here, Mr. Examiner, there would be minimal parent-child influence from existing wells developed by the industry. I think if we drilled as proposed by Marathon, the north-south U-turn and the east half of Section 3, we would have a parent well, I believe, that was drilled 5 years ago. I apologize, I don't remember the date. Some depletion, but I believe us co-developing with developing all of the XY sand at one time would minimize parent-child in that bench versus the plan of Marathon drilling 2 wells and then Powderhorn drilling 2 wells in the south half. Did that answer your question, Mr. Examiner?
Well, it begins to. I'm not sure that
Okay.
I feel confident about the answer. So,
Could you state the question again? I'm sorry. I
well,
just want to make sure I answer
yesterday,
it.
were you present yesterday when Marathon's
was.
witness was testifying? Okay, and you saw the graph that he
Yes.
that he developed? Okay, and it showed that gap between the parent and the child development.
Yes.
Okay, there it is there.
Yes.
So how do you address that about 19% drop in production?
Sure.
And
Sure.
and as a follow-up, what would the drop be in your expert opinion, if there is a drop?
I'm not disputing Dr. Umwekwe's evaluation of that unit. I don't believe I do think it was pointed out yesterday that there was a 3-year gap between the original parent wells and the project wells that were drilled in the deeper interval. Powderhorn's intent would be to get back to the deeper bench as soon as possible. To minimize that 19%. I mean, if we got back within a year, Mr. Examiner, it could be 0. I mean, it could be 2%. I don't know.
And how does the timing of the drilling of the second set of wells relate to the drop?
It would be pressure, our production drawdown from the upper reservoir that would lower pressure. It would cause, I think when it's my understanding, I think it's generally understood that during hydraulic fracturing, the fractures would communicate up to a lower pressured interval. This has been shown in the potato baby was a 3-year gap, I think we could get back a lot faster. Our plan is, and Mr. Tippin can speak to it, but I think our underwriting on this project with our partners was about a 1-year return.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rankin, or is it Ms. Vance? Mr. Rankin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holliday, may I take over the sharing from you? Thank you. Just want to hit a couple things to make sure I got it for the record. I think you did confirm that Powderhorn's not proposing to drill any of its initial wells in the Wolfcamp B target, correct?
Correct.
And the intent is to come back within a year to target those the lower bench, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
But there's nothing holding Powderhorn to that time frame, is there, even under a pooling order?
No, sir. Just would probably be our preference on capital outlay.
And just to reiterate, I mean, you're not aware of any requirement under a pooling order. I mean, Powderhorn could just drill its first bench wells and then do nothing subsequent to that, correct?
In theory, yes, sir.
Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about, you testified about the previous development experience you had in the area. I believe it was the Cletus wells, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that during the development of that project, the operator, I think it was Chisholm at the time, targeted the XY at the top initially, correct, with 2 wells?
Earthstone drilled those wells, but the properties were acquired by Chisholm. Yes, sir.
Okay, so but they drilled the 2 XYs in the east half initially, correct?
Correct.
And then they came back and they drilled the B about 15 months later, correct?
2 additional XY wells and a B test.
And 1 B test, okay. And you testified that if Earthstone had the money, it would have preferred to drill both benches at the same time, correct?
I believe my testimony was I would have preferred to drill all 4 XY wells at the same time.
I think,
But
okay, so
yes, you are correct, Mr. Rankin. I believe our drill schedule, timing in the drill schedule and capital outlay was the main driver there.
preference would have been to drill both benches at once, correct?
No, sir. We drilled a B well to test a single B well to test its economic viability north-south.
Okay. So you're telling me that your testimony was limited to drilling the single bench at one time?
Sure.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you testified that you didn't know that you're going to have to address stress orientation in this hearing, correct?
I didn't think it necessary, given the orientations were between the 2 companies were identical.
You're familiar with your colleague, Mr. Maka's testimony that was prepared and filed in this case?
I listened to it yesterday. Yes, sir.
And you're aware that he testified in his written testimony and in his oral testimony that the Powderhorn's driving concern here is that the northeast quarter is at risk of being stranded as a result of Marathon's development?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to paragraph 25 of his direct written testimony.
Okay,
You're aware?
I've read it.
Okay. So you're aware at the time that Powderhorn's testimony was filed, that the company was making an argument that the Northeast Quarter Section 3 was going to be stranded, correct?
Yes.
And on a technical basis, purely technical, what could be a reason? What's the reason for potential stranding of that acreage in the Northeast Quarter of Section 3?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rankin, could you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. On a technical basis, geologically, what is a reason that the Northeast Quarter of Section 3 could be stranded if Marathon were to do its development?
I think the section could be developed north-south by Powderhorn, but our proposal was to drill the 960 east-west and not strand that acreage.
Okay. So just to be clear, I think I had understood you to say that it's possible for Powderhorn to drill a stand up in that acreage, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And when I look at what other operators are doing in the area, and I'm talking about here, I'm looking at Powderhorn's Exhibit A8, immediately offsetting in the west half of Section 3, Permian Resources has drilled a stand-up well, north-south orientation. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. That well was drilled by Chisholm and is now owned by Permian Resources.
Okay. So in your opinion, was the drilling of that well done through sound geologic and engineering principles?
I don't think it's at an optimum orientation or landing.
Okay. But that didn't answer my question, I guess. Do you think it was done through sound geologic engineering?
I wasn't at Chisholm at the time, and it would not have been my preferred orientation.
Gentlemen, this is the reporter. I'm sorry for interrupting, but if you could please wait for each other to finish speaking to answer our question. Thank you.
Yes, I apologize.
So I guess I understand that's not your preference, but I'm asking a different question. I'm asking you whether you would agree that that well was drilled using sound geologic and engineering principles.
Sure, Mr. Rankin.
Okay. And then you would agree with me that Mewburn's proposed spacing unit in the west half of 35, that's a stand-up, would also be following sound geologic and engineering principles.
Sure.
Okay. Same with Gotera's planned stand-up wells in sections 10 and 15 and 11 and 14. Agree?
I don't believe there's any wells permitted in those sections.
Okay. How about the existing wells in 11 and in 10 and 15? Would you agree that that well was drilled using sound engineering and geologic principles?
Yes, all the wells in the area were drilled using geologic and engineering principles.
Sound geologic and engineering principles. Agree?
Sure.
Letting me switch my. One moment. There we go. And looking at Marathon Rebuttal 6 on the right-hand side of the exhibit, where it's demonstrated that there, pre-2017 wells and then wells from 2017 forward, you agree with me that the majority of the acreage drilled immediately offsetting the proposed acreage or contested acreage in this case all reflect stand-up orientations. Agree?
I would agree with that statement, Mr. Rankin.
And you would agree with me based on your prior testimony that all those wells and the decisions to drill them were based on sound geologic and engineering principles. Agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, Mr. Shakalian, hearing examiner, was asking you some questions about this exhibit that was discussed by Marathon's reservoir engineer, rebuttal exhibit number 5. And I think I heard you say that if the timing is done well, that there might be zero degradation as a result of sequentially developing these benches. Is that still your testimony?
Yes, sir.
So your opinion is, but you're not an engineer, right?
I am not.
Okay. And that analysis about potential degradation is usually something that an engineer addresses, correct?
My statement was qualitative, but engineering usually does that analysis.
Okay. So you yourself haven't prepared any sort of an assessment or done any kind of review, technical review of the potential for degradation due to sequential vertical offset development, correct?
No, that would be Mr. Tippin's purview.
And so your opinion and your testimony to Mr. Shakalian wasn't based on any expertise in that area, correct?
Mr. Rankin, I've worked at multiple companies and been involved in multiple drilling programs where we've witnessed parent-child interference. I think I could make a qualitative statement on depletion.
Okay, but have you, in the history of your work, have you done any technical analysis evaluating parent-child degradation?
Not
top-down?
personal, not personally.
Okay. So you don't have the background or expertise to testify on that, do you?
Correct, Mr. Rankin. I am not an engineer.
You agree that the vertical offset between the upper bench and the lower bench proposed by Powderhorn is approximately 610 feet?
That's what's shown on Marathon's exhibit. I believe that's correct. I believe our targets were almost identical between the A and the B, so I would assume that footage is correct.
And in your opinion, I mean, have you discussed the potential for vertical top-down parent-child degradation with your engineers in Powderhorn's development?
We have discussed it, and our
You have
opinion
not.
was. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I couldn't understand, but you said you have not?
We have, and our timing, we have discussed getting back as soon as possible, which has seemed to be geologic practice by other operators in the area.
So based on, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. There was a development 2 miles to the east. I believe that was a farm out from Conoco/Marathon that was solely developed in the XYA, and the B was not drilled, co-developed in that project.
So based on the discussions and the intention to come back as quickly as possible, you agree with me that there's a recognition by Powderhorn that there is a likelihood of a parent-child degradation effect as a result of top-down development?
I think there's potential parent-child effects if the entire, in any scenario where all wells are not drilled at the same time.
Okay. I'm going to set aside the horizontal concerns for later, okay? But I'm asking you now, you agree with me that as to the top-down effect, when they're sequentially developed, there's going to be a likely impact from parent-child impacts, correct?
Sure.
And is it your opinion, based on your discussions with your engineers, that a 600 vertical offset or slightly more than 600 vertical offset is sufficient to avoid the parent-child degradation effect?
I believe that we were comfortable with that distance.
And what is that based off of?
I believe we were comfortable with that distance, giving the mixed lithology. There's a pretty ductile shale between. Other operators in the area are not co-developing. They're drilling the top-down bench based on multiple variables, we were comfortable with coming back.
Have you or anyone at Powderhorn conducted any studies that support your opinion that 610 vertical offset is sufficient to avoid or mitigate parent-child impacts?
I don't want to speak to all of Mr. Tippin's reservoir studies. I'll defer that question to him.
Okay, but to your knowledge, are you aware of any studies done by anybody at Powderhorn?
Mr. Tippin has looked at a lot of wells. I don't want to speak to all the patterns that he's looked at.
I'm not asking you to speak for him. I'm asking you to speak for yourself. To your knowledge, personal knowledge, are you aware of any studies that were done that contributed to the determination of a 610 vertical offset here?
I don't recall, Mr. Rankin.
Okay. In your opinion, would there be any benefit to developing the Wolfcamp A or XY sand and the Wolfcamp B bench simultaneously?
I think it would mitigate the chance for top-down parent-child.
I think you picked up on something, and I said in one of my cross-examination questions yesterday, or one of my questions about there may be multiple reasons for operators to choose different development plans, whether it's sequential development or well orientation. And my question to you is that in your testimony is that your preference, there's a slight preference for a lay down well orientation in this case for Powderhorn based on the geology, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In addition to your opinion about maximum stress and the well orientation, isn't it true that Powderhorn has also entered into a contract with Avant that requires it to drill east-west oriented wells in this acreage?
I believe that was Mr. Maka's testimony.
And isn't it true that Powderhorn prefers a longer lateral length over a shorter lateral length, correct?
I think it's generally accepted in the industry that longer laterals are more economic. Yes, Powderhorn prefers longer laterals.
And the only way to do that is east-west here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not just well orientation, rather maximum stress orientation here. There's other factors that contribute to Powderhorn's preferences, correct?
Yes, we like our plan for 7,500 foot wells.
But you would agree with me that even if the geology favored a north-south orientation here, Powderhorn is under contract that would requires it to drill east-west, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rankin, please restate the question.
Yeah, I mean, all things set aside, Powderhorn has entered into a contract requiring it to drill east-west.
That's correct, because we prefer east-west.
I have no other questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Mr. Fordyce?
Yeah, I'd have maybe one follow-up question, actually,
Yes, sir.
on this slide that Mr. Wood was asked to discuss, rebuttal exhibit 5. I'm gonna say it's not completely clear what this graph is displaying in terms of the blue line just being potentially, I guess, the wells in the keg shell unit, and the orange line, I would assume, being just the wells in the potato baby unit. But I believe it was mentioned that we discussed here that there was a time lapse of approximately 3 years between the drilling and completion of parent well and project wells. Mr. Wood, could you think of any other possible influences on this well performance and production that could have taken place over the course of those 3 years? Or is the only reason that we see the difference here the parent project well, the type of interference?
Sure, Mr. Fordyce, I'd love to answer that question. I think the spacing looks equivalent, but the timing between the parent and child could be influenced by several other things. I believe pipeline takeaway, some of those wells could have been shut in. I don't think Dr. Meckway had any knowledge or testified that he had any knowledge of anything that changed on the subsurface. Those wells could have been pipeline constrained. They could have been down for artificial lift. There's multiple variables that could have contributed to a loss of production other than just sequential timing.
So would it be fair to say that there's a lot of factors that go into this graph that we're not aware of?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Holliday, is there any redirect?
Just a few. I'll be as brief as I can. Well, first let's talk about your decision and time constraints on coming back to drill the B. I believe is your testimony that Powderhorn intends to come back within approximately 1 year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what would drive that decision to come back why would Powderhorn want to come back within 1 year?
I think I think we want to get capital to work as soon as possible. I think our current layout for east-west wells and our facility development contemplates one well. I think putting those wells on a year later would allow for the initial flowback of the parent wells, allowing us not to build a giant facility. Powderhorn is also engaged in additional projects. We're working on permitting an additional project to the north. So there would be other places for the rig to go. We wouldn't just plant it there. But I think coming back, it's my testimony that coming back sooner rather than later is better for the reservoir.
And so Powderhorn would be, is it fair to say, highly incentivized to come back within a year?
Yes. I mean, we're all partners and investors in the company. We want to do the best thing for our investment.
Okay. I want to go back to your testimony of, I believe it was about the Cletus wells. And there was a question over whether you said, I would have liked to drill them all at the same time. And I'm paraphrasing. I would have liked to drill them all at the same time, but there was capital constraints. To clarify for the record, were those capital constraints preventing you from drilling the A and B simultaneously, or did they prevent you from drilling the full A bench simultaneously?
Again, Mr. Holliday, I've slept since we were looking at that drill schedule, but Earthstone generally drilled is not a $150 billion company like ConocoPhillips. So we drilled smaller pads, hopped around, had wells come online when we forecasted, and then we would come back. We were trying to manage capital and meet our production goals as a public company.
Adam, can I grab the exhibits real quick? I want to go to this slide, which is Marathon's Rebuttal Exhibit 4.
Yes, sir.
So if I look at this, there are offsetting north-south wells. One to the east, that's Coterra, and one to the west, that's Permian Resources, correct?
Yes.
And there's an existing north-south well approximately in the middle to the south,
Yes, sir.
Correct?
The Coterra Bradley well. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rankin asked about why Mewburn and Coterra may be planning to drill north-south wells. Let's take a look in section 35. If Mewburn wanted to drill east to west, could they do that based on the existing wells in that location?
That map is small, but it appears that they are constrained for that orientation.
Okay, so the same question for the the Coterra existing units to the east and the south, let's say Coterra wanted to drill east to west, would they be constrained from doing so based on existing wells?
I believe due to existing wells and pooling.
Right. So it's fair to say their decision to drill north-southwest is at least likely, or excuse me, possible. It's based on factors other than geology. It could be based on pooling and the presence of existing wells. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to our exhibit, or Powderhorn's exhibit, A8. Just give me just a second. Actually, that was the slide I was going to look at, but I borrowed Marathon's. Okay. I believe that's all my questions. Thank you.
Does that bring up any recross for you, Mr. Rankin?
No, I think we can allow Mr. Wood to be excused.
Thank you. Mr. Fordyce, did that bring up any additional questions for you?
I have nothing further for Mr. Wood, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Mr. Holliday, do you want to call Mr. Tippin?
Yes, Powderhorn calls Brendan Tippin.
Hello, Mr. Examiner.
Good morning, and I remind you that you're under oath. Go right ahead, Mr. Holliday.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Tippin. Just for the record, could you state your name and position with Powderhorn?
Yes, my name is Brendan Tippin, and I'm the Director of Engineering.
Okay, and as Director of Engineering, what are your responsibilities?
At Powderhorn, I oversee all of the reservoir engineering. This is everything from acquisitions, trades, all of our internal reserves, as well as development and planning. I also assist our VP of Exploration, Lenny Wood, and our CEO, Patrick Walter, who's also a petroleum engineer, in any other engineering-related operations.
And can you just briefly sum up your prior industry experience?
Yes, so prior to this, I started work with Piedro Resources in 2016. Piedro was a small private equity-backed group. I worked with them from 2016 to 2024. When I started there, they were starting to aggregate leasehold in the Midland Basin. When I left there, we had aggregated 17,000 acres in the northern Midland Basin and drilled over 70 wells. We sold to Ovintiv in 2023.
And so you were there when they drilled their first horizontal wells. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you and at least one other member of the Powderhorn team worked together on those wells. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So fair to say you guys do have experience drilling wells together in a prior professional experience?
That is correct.
Okay. So who on Powderhorn, there was a question yesterday about who on Powderhorn's team is responsible for the drilling and completion aspect. Who
Yeah, so
who is that?
our team right now, we've got, we just heard from Lenny Wood, our VP of Exploration, myself, the Director of Engineering, and then our co-CEO, Patrick Walter, who's a petroleum engineer with quite a bit of operational experience, was at Taprock prior to this. So he has Delaware Basin experience as well as experience in several states and even other countries.
Yeah. And there was a lot of talk about the drilling contractor that you Powderhorn intends to use, but we didn't actually name them. So which contractor does Powderhorn intend to use? And then
yeah,
I'm glad to get. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Ben.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
ask it in two parts. Which one do you intend to use?
We are using dual drilling consultants. We've been in negotiations with them or talking with them since May of last year. They've helped us with planning, AFEs. We are currently in the process. They're helping us with APDs, and we are talking and negotiating, picking up a rig for this development.
So fair to say you expect to work with dual drilling consultants on the drilling of the Super Hornet wells, correct?
That is what we expect.
Okay. And has dual drilling consultants, have they been the drilling contractor on any adjacent projects in this area?
Yes. So dual drilling is currently running 7 rigs in the Delaware Basin. They work for a lot of smaller groups just like us, a lot of PE groups. They've worked for Admiral. They've worked for Ridge Runner. They've worked for Flat Creek. They have developments within 20 miles and some closer.
Okay. Were they the drilling contractor that was used on the Bat Bomb and War Pigeon units?
They worked for Admiral, so I believe so.
Let's talk about our Powderhorns plan. Were you asked to evaluate Powderhorns development plan?
Yes.
And then were you also asked to review Marathon's competing development proposals?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were doing that review, what were the engineering factors that you focused on?
Yeah, so I really focused between the 2 development plans. And so I think it boiled down to really 2 things, capital efficiencies. With that, I looked at both of our plans have different lateral lengths. So I looked at the difference between drilling shorter and longer laterals. Also, both of our plans encompassed different acreage. So we're drilling 8 wells total, and they're drilling 4. Going back to say we're drilling 4 Wolfcamp A's and then a subsequent 4 Wolfcamp B's. So there's efficiencies there. In addition to that, I looked at another big factor here is parent-child issues and sequencing of this development. And so that was another major factor that I looked at.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. You heard Mr. Wood's testimony, and I could be butchering this, but he testified to the fact that it's possible that there could be 0 degradation amongst the 2 zones, A and B. Did I summarize that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, but then it was discussed that he's not an engineer and he may not be qualified to talk about that. What are your thoughts on that concept?
Yes, I think Lenny was talking in generalities, and I think he said it is possible that that is the case.
Do you think it's possible?
Yes, so I have a study in an exhibit that has been filed looking at A and B parent-child effects. The results of my study is that it is unclear that the B or drilling the A prior to the B has an effect on production.
And so as we assess these, I mean, I guess they're not truly competing development plans, but the 2 plans being offered. Could you summarize, folks on Powderhorn's plan, could you summarize Powderhorn's proposed development plan?
Yes. And so in my exhibit C2, I show both of these plans. This is Powderhorn's plan is to drill 4 1.5 milers in the Wolfcamp A. We then plan to come back and drill an additional 4 1.5 milers in the Wolfcamp B. This is over a 960 acre unit. Conoco's development plan is to drill a 320, a half section unit, drilling 2 A's and 2 B's.
Okay.
You can see on this diagram right here in the bottom left corner, that's a high level summary of our development plans.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. Okay, so we talked about one of the factors that you looked at was the lateral length, and you felt like that was dispositive between the 2 plans. Why is it? Why does lateral length matter in horizontal development?
Yeah, so every time we drill a horizontal well, the vertical section of the wellbore has to be drilled regardless of the lateral length. And so as we drill longer laterals, the cost of that vertical section of the wellbore gets spread across more lateral feet, and we gain capital efficiency.
Is another way to say that economies of scale?
That would be another fair way to say that.
Okay. And you did evaluate the difference between the 1 mile and the 1.5 mile proposals in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you exhibit C6. So we looked at C6 is longer laterals and capital efficiency and operational efficiency. What did you conclude based on your review between the mile and a half laterals?
Yeah, so this is really just a comparison of the two. Both when we proposed these wells and when Conoco proposed their wells, we both provided other working interest owners in the unit with our best estimates of what it's going to cost to drill and complete our wells. This would include facilities. Comparing these two plans, Powderhorn's AFEs are roughly 20% lower than Conoco's on a DCNF per foot basis. This is showing that we have stronger capital efficiencies. This is due to lateral length as well as some facility efficiencies as well, but largely driven by lateral length.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the facility efficiency a little bit. So surface disturbance is a big factor for the division when they're evaluating plans. Does the development layout that Powderhorn has proposed, does that affect the facility efficiency?
Absolutely. So we plan on drilling 4 Wolfcamp A wells with an additional 4 Wolfcamp B wells shortly thereafter. We plan on drilling these with 2 pads, and we will have a central facility on one of the 2 pads. With that, we get facility efficiencies. We can build a facility in which we can repurpose some of that to bring on the subsequent 4 wells. Contractor Brad Hall at Resource Production has helped us a lot with this. In Conoco's development plan, they will be sending 4 wells to 1 facility. And at that point, we'll have developed their Wolfcamp, at least as proposed.
So why would the Powderhorn's plan versus Marathon's plan be relevant to the division in terms of waste prevention?
Yeah, so we can just make it more capitally efficient to drill these wells, which make them more economic. So it makes it more likely that these locations do get developed. Secondly, I think we can minimize surface impact.
Okay. So let's move on from that. We're going to go to parent and child effects. You discussed parent-child effects in your testimony. And if I can show you exhibit C3. What does this slide say about parent-child issues?
Yes, so this is a study that we did in an AOI surrounding the Super Hornet unit. So you can see in my map right there, you can see the Super Hornet unit and you can see the study area. Part of the reason that it's skewed slightly east is because moving west from here, we essentially get out of the basin as far as at least the basin that's been developed. What I did here is I defined a child, and defining a child, I said, this is a well that's less than 200 vertical feet, less than 1,760 horizontal feet, and offset a well that had been completed for greater than 180 days or 6 months prior. So that is how I defined a child. So my definition of a child would be a well that falls within the Wolfcamp A. That's why I did the 200-foot vertical. That is within 1,700 feet, so roughly 4 wells per section spacing, and that's been online for 6 months. That's how I defined a child. Everything else was a non-child. When I compared those 2 groups of wells, I came up with 2 type curves, and I compared those. So on the bottom chart here, you can see, and I apologize, my colors did not come through when we submitted this into exhibits, but the top line there would be the average of the non-child wells. The bottom line there would be the average of the child wells. And then you can see my projection on both of those curves, and we see a 15% reduction in the UR.
Okay. So when we look at this, we're looking just at the Wolfcamp A. Let's go down to Wolfcamp B. It's been argued whether the Wolfcamp A and B must be developed simultaneously. What is your opinion?
I don't see any evidence that they do.
Thank you. If we just talk more broadly about parent-child effects, what factors do you feel influence the severity of those parent-child effects?
Yeah, so I think, and Dr. Pascal talked about this some yesterday. I think some of the largest influence of a parent-child effect is going to be pressure depletion in the parent well, in the reservoir between the child and the parent. Those are going to be the two defining factors.
Okay, so based on that and your knowledge of unconventional fracs, do you believe that well interactions are generally more significant when they're on a horizontal plane?
Yes, that's my belief.
So let's talk about Marathon's co-development plan. Marathon argues the Wolfcamp A and B must be drilled together, and I think we just covered that, but you did evaluate that claim, right?
I did.
And did you examine some of the offset development around the Super Hornet in your analysis?
That's correct. I did.
Yeah. What criteria, when you were doing that analysis, what criteria did you use, and what proximity to the Super Hornet unit did you use?
Yeah, so I was looking at, to be fair, for this study, there's not a lot of great examples nearby of co-development. But what I was looking for was examples of a pad that had been co-developed and non-co-developed within 6 miles of the Super Hornet. And I found, and that were completed with modern fracs. And so I found 3 units that met this criteria. And those are the 3 units that I used in my study for the A and B interactions.
And what was if you could sum up the analysis, how would you sum it up?
Yeah, so I had 3 pads. 1 pad that was co-developed, 1 pad that was not co-developed, but they got back to it within a short time frame, I believe about 6 months. And then 1 pad that was not co-developed, but there was a long time frame between co-development. Comparing the Wolfcamp B wells in all of these pads, there were no clear trends that supported that the non-co-developed pads saw degradation compared to the other wells.
Okay, I'm going to sum that up and you tell me if this is correct. So is it your testimony that your analysis confirmed there is no substantial degradation?
Correct.
And if we were to look a little further afield, do you believe the results of the study could be used for let's call it 15-mile radius or 20-mile radius?
No, I think that's going too far.
Yeah. So if we look at Dr. Nweke's study that he published yesterday or put up yesterday, it looked like they were evaluating some wells about 19 miles to the southwest. Are there any significant differences between your study and Dr. Nweke's?
Yes, I believe there are. One is it's 20 miles away. A lot can change in 20 miles. I think Lenny has talked some to that. Secondly, in his study, they're targeting a Wolfcamp A shale target compared to a Wolfcamp sand target that we're targeting. In their study, they have the different density in the Wolfcamp A compared to the density that we plan and Conoco plans to drill in the Super Hornet. In addition to that, they drilled a different density in the Wolfcamp B-C stagger than we plan to drill at Super Hornet with just 1 B target.
And you stated your study comes to a different conclusion than Marathon's, but let's imagine a hypothetical case where their study is correct. In that event, could Powderhorn still mitigate the damage that they claim?
Absolutely. So back to the statement I said about, I think that the 2 biggest factors to parent-child are pressure depletion of the parent well and communication. So if we're going to accept that these zones are going to communicate, the pressure depletion is what we can control. Pressure depletion is going to be correlated to how much fluid we've pulled out of the ground. So the simple answer would be the sooner we get back to those locations, the less of a chance there is for an impact
So there's
or a severe impact.
Okay. So Powderhorn is heavily incentivized from a production standpoint to come back and develop the Wolfcamp B.
Yes.
When you reviewed Marathon's exhibits and rebuttals, did they show any economics to show the impact of parent-child effect on the Wolfcamp B?
No, I did not see that.
And did they show any economics that stated if we talk about the economic degradation that they perceive that you don't agree with, is my understanding. Is there anything that they put forth that states that economic degradation will have a larger, you know what, let's just strike that question. It's too clunky. Let's move to the sequential development of the Wolfcamp A and B. Will, in your opinion, did Marathon present any economics quantifying the impact of that claimed degradation on well returns? That's a mouthful.
Could you say that one more time, Ben?
Yep. Did Marathon present any economics quantifying the impact of the claimed degradation on well returns between the A and B?
No.
No. But by contrast, you've presented economics comparing the cost efficiency of 1.5 mile laterals versus 1 mile laterals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we looked at that, and that was the green box on the drilling completion cost per foot. Fair to say Marathon's wells cost 19 to 21% more per lateral foot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in your opinion, would you say the division has quantified evidence of the economic penalty from shorter laterals? But on the flip side, they don't have quantified evidence from Marathon showing the economic degradation that it claims. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think it's fair to say we've shown our economics, and a 20% increase in capital costs is going to hurt those.
Okay. So in the about 8 months since the Powderhorn's been working on this proposed development plan, have any of the other counterparties Powderhorn was in discussion with, Permian Resources, Kaiser, Coterra, Pebex, Avant, any of them, have any of them expressed any concerns with Powderhorn's actual development plan?
No.
Okay. And you would consider all those to be experienced operators in the Delaware Basin of New Mexico, correct?
I would.
Okay. So let's just touch, we're getting close to the end here. Wolfcamp B, did you evaluate the Wolfcamp B economics?
Yes.
And what did that analysis show?
So the Wolfcamp B is a very viable target and then one that we intend to develop. However, it's got a very high GOR. It has less oil, and it's a little bit more marginal. And so my main analysis of the Wolfcamp B is any sort of decreases in capital efficiencies or any sort of parent-child effects within the zone could have major impacts on whether this zone is viable or not.
And then just for the record, why does that matter for your development planning?
It matters because Conoco has a proposal that would increase our capital that's a double negative. It would create capital inefficiencies as well as potentially create in-zone parent-childs.
Okay, it seems like Powderhorn and Marathon agree that longer laterals are generally more preferable. Powderhorn's plan is to develop the entire 960. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does Marathon's proposal develop the full acreage in that way?
No, they would only develop 320 acres of the 960.
Okay, and why is that important from an engineering perspective?
I think if they went to develop their 320 and the 960, it would require other operators to coordinate to develop the other to the remaining acreage. You'd be left with two additional 320s that would have to get developed. It could lead to difficult development sequencing, likely a lot of parent-child effects, likely a lot of trips back to the unit to develop.
Okay. And looking at Marathon's plans, or the plans that, as you understand them as they've been presented to you, did those development plans, did their concept remain consistent throughout this case?
No, Conoco previously proposed 7,500 footers in the north half of the unit. and then change them to 5,000 footers in the north half of just section 2.
But Powderhorn's plans remain consistent, correct?
Yes, we have remained consistent from our original proposals.
So what does that suggest to you about these two plans?
I think Powderhorn has the most sound, efficient, and prudent operating plan to develop this unit responsibly.
Just so wells, we talked about maximum stress orientation and preferred orientation of wells. Wells can be drilled in different orientations and configurations, right? It's physically possible.
That is correct.
Does that mean that your development design, your east-west orientation, does that mean that doesn't matter just because it's physically possible?
No, it does not.
So fair to say that your orientation, lateral length, and this parent-child issue, that affects the recovery and efficiency of the development plan?
Yes.
And you believe that Powderhorn's plan is the more efficient engineering approach for this unit that will optimize recovery. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for the record, based on your engineering analysis, what's your opinion regarding Powderhorn's Super Hornet development plan?
Yes, I guess kind of to repeat, I think we have the most prudent plan to where we will maximize recovery for this unit for all the working interest owners, protecting correlative rights. I think we will do it in a capitally efficient manner, and I think we have the best plan.
And last question, do you believe this plan better prevents waste and protects correlative rights than Marathon's alternative?
Yes.
I have no further questions right now.
Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I wonder if we might just take a short break since we haven't had one yet since 8:30, just before I start my cross.
All right, and let's go over the schedule. It's 10 o'clock now. This is Mr. Holliday's final witness in his case in chief. And his rebuttal case as well. So you have 2 witnesses to present. And you know that I need to take a break today, midday at some point. And I wonder how would you prefer, and this is just something for you to think about, and you can tell me later, it doesn't matter. We can either break from 12 to 2, or we can break from 12:30 to 2:30. I'll leave that up to you, in case you think you can finish your case in that time. And I'm certainly not rushing you. But whatever you want to do is fine. We'll come back after. Okay? So 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. We're off the record.
Ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
It's 10:07. Let's get back on the record. Mr. Rankin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Mr. Tippin. I hope you guys had a safe drive back last night.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rankin.
I just want to make sure I understood that in terms of overseeing the drilling, any drilling that would occur on this acreage under this plan, it would be Mr. Walker would be working directly with the drilling contractor to oversee that drilling. Is that correct?
So Mr. Walter,
Walter,
he's
sorry.
our co-CEO.
Yep.
And then Lenny Wood, our VP of Exploration, and I will also be involved in communications back and forth with Thule.
Okay. So a team effort, correct?
Correct.
And have the three of you ever worked as a team to drill a well before?
No, sir.
Have the three of you ever worked as a team to drill a well with dual drilling?
No.
You've been in discussions with dual drilling for about a little less than a year, since May of last year, I understand, correct?
That's correct.
Does Powderhorn have any written vetting procedures or requirements for its third-party operators or drilling contractors in place as a means of evaluating its contractors that you're going to work with?
No, we did our internal research and arrived on dual.
Okay. So you've never, Powderhorn has never yet done an evaluation to identify a potential contractor for drilling, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Up until this point, Powderhorn has not yet gone through a process where it's identified and contracted with a drilling operator, correct?
No, there's no contractual agreement for the drilling of these wells yet.
Okay, but my question is, has Powderhorn gone through that process to evaluate and contract with any drilling operators up to this point, anywhere?
No, not as a Powderhorn team.
I'm going to share my screen real quick. Paragraph 7 of your direct testimony, you state that there are fewer 1 mile wells being drilled over time in this acreage, correct?
Yes, and this is specific to Conoco operated wells.
Now, operators are still drilling 1 mile wells in this acreage and elsewhere, correct?
Yes. By in this acreage, I assume you mean within the study area?
Within the general vicinity of the subject acreage, yeah.
Yes.
And are you aware of any case where the division has determined that a 1 mile well would be wasteful?
I'm not aware.
I want to talk a little about Powderhorn's plan of development. You state that Powderhorn's plans to drill first the XY, the upper bench, correct, in the Wolfcamp?
That's correct.
And then sequentially develop the Wolfcamp B, right?
Yes.
And I understand, and I'll get to this a little bit, but I'm going to build up to it. But your opinion is that there's no observable top-down vertical degradation in this general vicinity that you can observe, correct?
That's my opinion, yes.
Okay. And that's based on your review of an offsetting study that I think is your exhibit C7.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll get to that. But in the event that there are parent-child effects, vertical parent-child effects, that would potentially make your Wolfcamp B or the Wolfcamp B target less economic, correct?
Yes, in that hypothetical scenario that there were parent-child effects, the B would become less economic.
And that's why Powderhorn is proposing to come back and drill the Wolfcamp B as quickly as possible, correct?
That's correct. I would also like to say that there are capital efficiencies associated with not drilling the 8 wells all at once and having a 12-month stagger.
Okay, so, but just to be clear, you had, I understand from Mr. Wood that you had discussions internally about ways to mitigate vertical top-down parent-child degradation effects in this development, correct?
Yes,
And that was, those discussions were undertaken because there was a concern about it, correct?
primarily due to the competing rebuttal from the Conoco engineer, Mr. Pascal.
So those discussions weren't part of Powderhorn's due diligence evaluating this project prior to the exhibits filed in this case?
I'm sorry, that's not correct. We study parent-child on essentially every project we look at.
Okay. And so, based on that analysis, Powderhorn has determined with its partners that it's going to come back and drill the Wolfcamp B bench as soon as possible, correct?
That's correct.
And again, that's just because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you recognize that there's a impact from parent-child degradation as to the vertical offset wells, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
And the reason that you're coming back within a short period of time, you propose to come back within a short period of time, is because you recognize that there's a top-down vertical degradation effect in the Wolfcamp B.
No, that is not correct. We propose to come back because we see with our capital structure, we want to put capital to work as quickly as possible in an efficient way. And we think that this development plan is a great way to do that.
So you don't agree with your geologist who's testified that one of the ways to mitigate parent-child effects is to come back as quickly as possible, and that's why Powderhorn's intending to do that?
I agree with that statement. If there are parent-child effects, coming back as quickly as possible is a way to mitigate it. That does not mean that there will be parent-child effects.
Right. But that's one of the reasons, at least, that Powderhorn has identified its plan to come back as quickly as possible in the Wolfcamp B, correct?
Yes, in the case that we were wrong, and this is a hypothetical that came true, that would mitigate that.
Now, the vertical offset here is just a little more than 600 feet between the two benches that Powderhorn's proposing to develop, correct?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, it's your opinion that that vertical offset is sufficient to avoid or mitigate parent-child effects between the two benches?
That's my opinion. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What's your opinion based on that the 600-foot vertical offset is sufficient to avoid parent-child effects?
That's based on spacing studies as well as my experience in the Permian. At Piedra, we drilled the middle Sprayberry, a top lower Sprayberry that we drilled 600 feet apart. That's not a great analog, but I'm just using that as a way to reference some of my experience.
Okay, just going to take those in pieces. So the first thing you mentioned that based on spacing studies, what spacing studies specifically are you referencing?
We have a basin-wide spacing study built in Spotfire that we use.
You didn't present any of that spacing study as part of your evidence or testimony today, did you?
That spacing study was used to populate the spacing studies that we provided.
What spacing studies did you provide? I'm not, to be specific, what are you referencing?
We provided a space, we provided the parent-child study for the Wolfcamp A, as well as a parent-child study for the Wolfcamp A-B co-development.
Okay, I'm asking you to reference your exhibits. What are you referencing?
Let's see, it's going to be C7 is the Wolfcamp A-B sequencing. And then exhibit C3 is the parent-child effects within the Wolfcamp A.
So when you were just talking to me about your, I'm going to call it spacing studies, you're specifically referencing C7 and C3, correct?
Yes.
And nothing else, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the Middle Sprayberry, that's a formation in Texas,
That is correct, in the Permian, Midland
and
Basin.
that's more than the 20 miles away than Mr. Mekwe's study, correct?
That's correct. I would like to say that that statement was merely to reference Permian experience, not anything specific to this unit.
Okay. So is that still influencing your analysis in terms of vertical offset degradation or not?
My exhibit C7 is going to be what I lean on, of where I see no clear evidence that there is degradation between the A and the B.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understand. So going forward, when we talk about your opinion and the basis for it, it's solely limited to the analysis in C7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. I will come back to that shortly. Now, in your direct testimony, you make an argument about parent-child effects as well, but it's focused on horizontal offsets, correct?
Yes, I am talking about parent-child effects within a horizon, within the Wolfcamp A specifically.
And in that context, you prepared, you mentioned this other spacing study that was exhibit C3, and I'm going to put that up on the screen here.
Yep.
And basically the constraints of your study or the definitions you're using, and I've highlighted it here, that in your definition, a child well is one that is within 200 vertical foot offset and within 1760 horizontal, correct?
That's correct. So 200 vertical feet and 1760 horizontal.
And again, this analysis, the study that you've done is all within the Wolfcamp, correct?
This is all within the Wolfcamp A specifically.
Okay. And in this acreage is all governed by the Purple Sage Wolfcamp Pool, agree?
Yes.
Okay. And the Purple Sage Wolfcamp Pool, it's a special pool that was designated by the division, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Are you aware that the Purple Sage Wolfcamp Pool was created through an order after an evidentiary hearing before the division?
No, I was not aware of that.
Mr. Hearing Officer, at this time, I'm going to ask that the division take administrative record, a notice rather, of the Purple Wolf Sage Special Pool Rule, which is order number R14262. Mr. Tippin, are you familiar with the special rules that govern the Purple Sage Wolfcamp Pool that is the subject of this Wolfcamp acreage?
No, I'm not intimately familiar with this.
Okay. So just for background, this was a hearing that went to the division back in 2016, during which Matador and Mewburn requested the creation of a special pool in the Wolfcamp. Okay, you're generally familiar with that fact, correct?
Yes.
And at the hearing on this, are you aware that the division took evidence on the appropriate offsets that would be protective of correlative rights and would prevent waste?
Yes. I see that on the screen.
And you're aware that the findings that the division made included the finding that setting the setbacks at 330 feet would not harm offsetting space units, nor would it impair correlative rights?
I see that that's what that statement says.
And that they went on to determine that the Purple Sage Wolfcamp gas pool should have special rules allowing well locations no closer than 330 feet to the outer boundary of a spacing unit. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And you're aware that those were the rules that govern this acreage, correct?
Yes.
And finally, the division finds in paragraph 21 of that order that the application should be approved with those setbacks to prevent waste and protect correlative rights. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then they go on at the end of the rule to specify what the setbacks are going to be. And again, it's 330-foot setbacks. And that's your understanding, correct?
Yes.
And based on those 330-foot setbacks, that means that wells can be spaced at 660 feet. And based on the division's findings, based on evidence and testimony, that 660-foot offsets are going to be protective of correlative rights and prevent waste. Agree?
That's what this document says. Yes.
Is your testimony that the special rules that govern this acreage for the Purple Sage Wolf Camp are not protective of correlative rights? It will not prevent waste?
No, my argument is that our plan to develop this acreage will protect correlative rights.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is, are you saying that the special rules that govern this acreage are not protective of correlative rights and will not prevent waste?
Oh, I think if we space these wells at 660 feet, we would damage correlative rights, despite that is allowed per this document. I think Conoco would agree with me because they proposed the same roughly 20-foot spacing that we did.
So are you telling me then that the Purple Sage, the division's rules are not protective of correlative rights?
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to object. This line of questioning on offsets and orders is more appropriate for a landman. It's not applicable to the vertical offsets that we proposed.
Mr. Tippin has made an argument that horizontal offsets are going to cause parent-child effects based on engineering analysis. The division set rules that govern this acreage based on engineering evidence that require 330-foot setbacks. I'm asking him, based on his engineering testimony and his expertise, whether the division rules that govern this acreage are appropriate or not.
If I'm understanding
Hold on, Mr. Tippin, don't answer the question until you resolve the objection. Your attorney has made a evidentiary objection. I have to think about it. So how is it relevant whether this expert agrees with the division or disagrees?
Well, Mr. Hearing Officer, the division had a hearing, extensive hearing on this very issue in this acreage and determined that these rules are protective of correlative rights and will prevent waste.
That doesn't answer my question. The question I'm asking you is, how is it relevant whether he agrees with the division or not?
These rules govern this acreage, and these rules govern the setbacks in place. And the division has held through an evidentiary hearing that 330 feet is protective of correlative rights in this acreage. This is the pool that's assigned to this acreage. So his argument that allowing us to drill our acreage is going to impair and be detrimental to their correlative rights offsetting is actually governed by the special rule, which says, no, actually, those correlative rights are protected by the rules in place that govern this acreage.
And yet a company can still request a non-standard spacing or location, right?
Correct. And ConocoPhillips and Marathon's proposal is to be at standard locations.
Okay.
Within the standard. So,
but this still doesn't get to the root of my question. I've already taken administrative notice, although you didn't wait for me to do it. I've already taken administrative notice of this, and Mr. Fordyce is well aware of this gas pool and its offsets. So I don't see how it's relevant whether this expert agrees with the division or not. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Why don't you find some other way of proceeding?
okay. So just to be clear then, Mr. Tippin, I understand that you disagree that the division's rules are protective of Powderhorn's correlative rights, correct?
Can you repeat that one more time?
You disagree that the division's special rules that govern this wolf camp acreage in this area are protective of Powderhorn's correlative rights, agree?
I would like to step back from this. I don't have a great understanding of what this document is saying. I believe the 330 feet refers to the distance we can drill from a lease line. I can talk to spacing and optimal spacing and development of this acreage, but I cannot say a definitive statement regarding this document.
So does Powderhorn have any plans to modify the division's special rules that govern this acreage as far as offsets and setbacks go?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. All right. So I think I just want to ask this question of you, Mr. Tippin. Powderhorn does not operate any wells in New Mexico, correct?
That is correct.
And has not drilled any wells in New Mexico, correct?
Correct.
And does Powderhorn have a in-house drilling team that's going to be in charge of overseeing any drilling of wells that it proposes and drills?
No, sir. But we do have 2 petroleum engineers on staff.
And those 2 drilling engineers would be yourself and Mr. Walter?
I said petroleum engineers.
Oh, sorry, petroleum engineer. Those 2 petroleum engineers would be yourself and Mr. Walter?
That is correct.
And I think I've asked the questions I wanted to ask around dual drilling. But you don't have yet a contract in place with them to drill these wells, correct?
That is correct. We're still in the negotiation phase.
When you addressed your determination here that you're going to achieve certain capital efficiencies based on the longer laterals, Powderhorn has not yet drilled as a team a single well in New Mexico or Texas or anywhere, correct?
Objection. We've asked this question.
Sorry, I'm asking it, I'll withdraw it and I'll ask it in a different way. Mr. Tippin, because Powderhorn as a team has not yet drilled a single well in New Mexico or anywhere, you have no basis to state that you can achieve or execute based on these economics. Agree?
I don't believe that's correct. Our drilling AFE is based on an AFE that Dual built for us for the specific unit. And we expect that they would be the ones executing on the AFE. They're currently well experienced in the Delaware to do that.
Yeah, you don't have a contract with them, do you?
Not currently.
Okay, so, but Powderhorn itself has not yet executed on any AFEs anywhere in New Mexico or Texas, correct?
As a team.
You agree, correct?
I agree to your statement that Powderhorn as a team has not.
Okay, and so you have no track record to demonstrate that you can execute on these economics, agree?
Powderhorn as a team does not have a track record. However, all the individual people on our team have extensive track records.
Okay, but again, this is Powderhorn's project, correct?
This is going to be a Powderhorn project, correct?
Okay. And on the AFEs, Powderhorn has not yet executed on an AFE to show that it can come within the estimate of costs on any wells, correct?
That is correct, as to Powderhorn.
And because Powderhorn has not drilled any wells in New Mexico, it has no track record to establish that it can realize any greater efficiencies on a 1.5 mile versus a 1 mile well, correct?
Repeat that question, please.
Because Powderhorn has not yet drilled any wells in New Mexico or in Texas or anywhere, you have no track record to establish that it can realize any projected efficiencies on its operations or production between a 1 mile well and a 1.5 mile well. Agree?
I'm having a hard time following how just given that we don't, as Powderhorn, have a track record, how I cannot make comments that a 1.5 miler is going to be more capitally efficient than a 1 miler.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Tippin, wouldn't you agree with me that different companies have different abilities in drilling and performing on their wells?
Absolutely.
And wouldn't you agree with me that some companies are better at performing on their execution between the 1.5 mile wells?
Yes, I would say, but every well is unique.
And so, I mean, you would agree with me that because every company is different and every well is unique, you'd want to understand what the company's track record is being able to execute and perform under its proposals. Agree?
I guess I'll agree with that.
And at this time, Powderhorn has no track record and no demonstration that it can meet its performance expectancies. Agree?
I think we can lean,
Cover-
as
hang on,
Powderhorn
hang on.
as an
Tippin,
operator, I think we
please.
can lean on dual
Mr.
drilling
Tippin.
track record.
Brendan, stop.
Court reporter, would you strike that answer? Because Mr. Tippin doesn't seem to realize that when there's an objection, he should stop speaking.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holliday, your objection?
I believe this is also asked and answered. We've covered this.
Sustained. Mr. Rankin, please move on.
Okay. I want to move to your exhibit C7, which is your rebuttal exhibit. And this is my understanding based on your prior testimony to me, the sole basis for your analysis that you don't see a vertical offset impact based on sequential drilling in the 2 benches in this acreage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I want to walk through these 3 different development acres or areas that you highlight here. I believe you mentioned in your testimony that you found one pad that was co-developed, one pad that was not co-developed, but the lower bench was drilled within 6 months or so. And then one pad that was not co-developed for a long period of time. Is that a fair paraphrase of your testimony?
That's a fair paraphrase. Yes.
All right. Now I got this up on the screen. I want you to tell me which is which.
Okay. So if we look at figure number 3, we have the Ham State. This is the co-developed unit, and that is in green. The green unit will refer to the green lines on the cum oil graph above it. The Tony LaRussa unit outlined in red, this is the unit that was not co-developed and developed at a much later time. So the A was drilled in 2019, the B was drilled in 2022. The Wolfcamp C wells within that unit are referred to with the red lines on my cum graph. The Black River unit was not co-developed, but they were back within 6 months. That is the yellow line on the cum graph.
I want to focus on the Tony LaRussa. Okay. Now the Tony LaRussa, tell me what the development was there.
So there was Wolfcamp A development at 5,000 feet. And then they came back in 2022 and drilled 2 Wolfcamp B wells directly underneath.
How many Wolfcamp A wells were drilled initially? 2. Okay. So is that a half section?
That's a half
Development.
section.
Okay. So that's the same spacing roughly. Is that right?
Yes, this would be the same spacing as what we have proposed at Super Hornet, as well as what Conoco has proposed.
Okay. And then they came back later and drilled Wolfcamp B, correct?
Correct.
How many wells in the Wolfcamp B?
2.
And now, were there any, in your opinion, that the Tony LaRussa is analogous here?
Yeah, so if you look at the red lines on my cum graph over 10 years, the point I'm making is I do not see evidence of clear degradation. And if you look at the cume graph, the two red lines are the second and third best well in the study. Those should be the worst if you believe that there's degradation due to non-co-development.
In your opinion, the Tony La Russa wells are analogous to the Super Hornet proposal?
You know, I think we're going to get back to the Wolfcamp B sooner on the Super Hornet development. So they are not analogous to what Powderhorn plans to do. However, it is a good example of a non-co-developed unit, especially after letting a significant amount of time pass.
So the Super Hornet program will have 4 Wolfcamp B wells, correct?
Correct.
And of those 4 Wolfcamp wells, how many of them will be would you term be confined wells?
2 of the 4.
Okay, and those would be the middle 2, correct?
Correct.
And in the Tony La Russa wells, those wells, would you agree with me, are only partially confined?
That's correct.
So do you still believe that based on the confinement of the wells and the compared development programs that the Tony La Russa is truly analogous to your Super Hornet?
I think it is the best analog that we have in reservoir engineering. We have to choose the best analogs, not necessarily the perfect analogs.
Okay. So it's not a perfect analog, but you believe it's a what? How would you phrase it? Is it analogous?
I would phrase it. It is the best analog.
Mr. Holliday was referring to this analysis as your study, but Powderhorn didn't have any oversight of the production from these wells, correct?
We have public data on these wells.
I mean, you weren't able to control the variables about takeaway, whether this wasn't a controlled study, right?
No, sir. This is using public data to study surrounding developments.
And did you understand from Dr. Umekwe's testimony that ConocoPhillips's study was a controlled study where they controlled the variables?
I understand that now.
Okay. So is it still your opinion that your uncontrolled studies in reference in Exhibit C are analogous or comparable to the controlled study that ConocoPhillips undertook?
I believe that ConocoPhillips study is a interesting study for the area that it was in, but I don't think it is analogous to our unit for multiple reasons. I can list those if you'd like me to.
Your geologist did not identify any geologic bases for the area not being analogous. What's your opinion on an engineering basis for why they're not analogous?
So I have several things. In the study area, they targeted the Wolfcamp A shale rather than the Wolfcamp sand. So the upper bench was a slightly different target. Secondly, they drilled the A at higher density than we're drilling at Super Hornet. It was 6 wells per section compared to 4. In addition, when they came in to develop the B, rather than drilling a single B horizon, they did a Wolfcamp BC stagger at higher density than we're going to drill in Super Hornet. Finally, I would say it's 20 miles away and it's in a different part of the basin than Super Hornet.
Explain to me how the distance has any impact on your determination.
Different regional settings in the basin.
That's a geologic basis?
I'll refer to, yes, that is a geologics statement, but I don't think it's a geologic statement that I can't state as a reservoir engineer. I won't go any further into geology though.
Okay, so you can't tell me any geologic basis for why that acreage is different or not analogous, right?
Objection. This is not our geology witness.
Well, he's testifying that, if I may respond, he's testifying that it's not analogous based on a geology reason, and I'm asking him what the geology reason is.
Mr. Tippin, if you know the answer, you can give the answer. If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know. So I'm going to overrule the objection based on his prior testimony.
As a reservoir engineer, I will say that I don't know, and I will let our geologists talk about that.
So then the basis for your opinion that they're not analogous is that they're different targets and the density is different between Marathon's test project area and the Super Hornet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think I may be very close to done. Maybe have 2 minutes just to confer with my client to make sure I've covered everything that I need to cover, Mr. Hearing Officer.
That's fine.
Thank you very much. A moment. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I think I just have one small area of questioning for Mr. Tippin before I am done.
Please.
Mr. Tippin, you hear me there?
I do.
I just want to follow up on a line of questioning. I understand we discussed in your testimony that Powderhorn's intention is to drill the Wolfcamp A first.
That is
And-
correct.
Okay, and then later to come back and do the B as soon as possible, correct?
Correct.
And in the interim, Powderhorn will be producing the initial bench, correct?
Correct.
So based on general physics and engineering principles, there will be some depletion occurring as a result of the production of the Wolfcamp A in the interim before you come back to drill the Wolfcamp B, correct?
Correct.
Based on general engineering and physics principles, there will be depletion as a result of that production in the upper bench, correct?
Correct.
And based on those general engineering principles, when you come back to complete the Wolfcamp B completions will preferentially grow towards the areas of lower pressure, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Mr. Fordyce?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Tipton, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thanks.
Just have a few very brief. I will be brief. There's questions on how you guys settled on Dual as your preferred drilling contractor. Can you provide a little more context for that decision?
Yeah, so we've talked to several drilling contractors, and Dual is, in our opinion, the most experienced contractor for Delaware Basin, specifically New Mexico, Delaware. Lenny Wood actually worked with Robert Brosig at Dual while they were at EOG together. We have a contact and relationship there. It feels like it felt like the correct decision for Powderhorn.
Okay. So did I understand your testimony that the Powderhorn team in prior professional experiences has worked with the Dual control team? Is that correct?
Yes,
Or
Lenny
Dual.
has worked with Robert at EOG.
Okay. we talked about degradation. I just got one question, one follow-up. Has Marathon presented any economics on degradation that shows that their claims of degradation will have a larger impact on well performance than the negative impact of a shorter lateral length?
No, they have shown none of that.
And is it your understanding that it's a fairly common administrative procedure to obtain an exception to the Purple Sage Wolfcamp rules to allow for 100-foot heel-to-toe spacing?
I'm gonna leave that to Lynn.
Okay.
I guess another way to say that, I'm not familiar.
You're not familiar. Okay. Last question. Mr. Rankin brought up the fact that Marathon or Conoco's study was, to use his words, controlled. Does the fact that their study was controlled versus your review of the public data, does that make any material difference in your analysis?
I don't think you can discredit a study because it's based on non-controlled public data. That is the vast majority of data that we have to work with in this basin.
No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Does that rest your case in chief?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rankin, have you thought about what we spoke about around 10 o'clock?
I have, and I think our preference would be to do the 12 to 2 so that we can come back earlier.
Fine,
Yeah.
that's fine with me. So you have, to my understanding, 2 witnesses, right?
Correct, Mr. Hearing Officer, we
Right, who do you
do.
want to call first?
If I may take this opportunity to make my brief opening
Perfect.
statement
Yeah.
to help orient the division and everybody to our case.
By
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Officer. In this contested case, both parties propose competing drilling plans that seek to develop similar acreage. The competing plans fall into a particular category of contested case involving a partial overlap of proposed spacing units that the commission and division have previously analyzed in several prior cases. Specifically, Powderhorn's proposed development under its case competes with and partially overlaps a spacing unit as we've been discussing in the north half of section 2. Powderhorn proposes in its case a single enlarged spacing unit comprising the east half of section 3 and all of section 2 to drill its 1.5 mile proposed wells. In contrast, Marathon proposes 1 mile Wolfcamp developments comprised of the north half of section 2. That means that the only overlapping contested acreage is Marathon's proposed development in the north half of section 2. This is acreage that ConocoPhillips bought from Marathon at slightly more than a year ago with the intent purpose of developing it on its own. Now, there are some key similarities in the development plans, as you've heard in testimony, but most significantly, both parties propose to develop essentially the same 2 target intervals, the upper Wolfcamp XY, essentially, and the lower Wolfcamp B or C interface, depending on which party is discussing. And that means in terms of the primary factor used to evaluate between 2 competing plans, the geologic factor, there is no difference. What they disagree over is how to best develop this acreage. Now, there are 2 main differences. One is lateral length and the other is sequential development of the 2 benches. And you've heard a lot of testimony on that and you'll hear some more shortly. But before I give you an overview of that testimony, there's one dispositive issue that is determinative in this case, and that is the working interest control. In the particular category of contested cases involving a partial overlap of proposed spacing units, the working interest control analysis focuses on that overlapping acreage, as the division has already recognized. Who owns or controls the largest share of that overlapping acreage is the key. Here, the disputed acreage is the north half of 2, and in that acreage, Marathon owns itself 55% of the working interest and controls through a JOA that's active and valid, and there's no dispute that it is 100% working interest is committed to it, that it controls 100% of the working interest in that acreage. That fact is determinative of the outcome of this case under the division and commission precedent that we've cited in our pre-hearing statement. Now, Powderhorn has done what they can to obtain working interest in the north half recently, and they have obtained approximately 4% working interest or fewer than 3 net acres out of more than 320 that are fully committed themselves to Marathon's JOA. You also heard that they recently gained the working interest support of Kaiser Francis, who recently agreed to commit their interest to Powderhorn's proposed overlapping JOA. But there's a substantial catch to that commitment, as you heard. Not only is Kaiser Francis still fully committed to Marathon's JOA, They have not revoked or rescinded their commitment to it, but their commitment to Powderhorn's JOA is linked to an agreement to trade Kaiser Francis's acreage out of the contested acreage that is contingent on Powderhorn winning this contested hearing. That's not a full commitment. That is a contingent commitment at best. Powderhorn has done its best to undermine Marathon's established JOA in order to get its first drilling project off the ground. But what it can't change is that Marathon is the 55% working interest in the north half of Section 2 and controls 100% of the working interest in its disputed acreage in the north half of Section 2. All those working interests remain validly committed to Marathon's existing JOA. Now, the technical case that relates to the other contested issues, we've been hearing about that already, and we'll continue to hear about it. But we believe those factors still favor Marathon as well. Marathon has drilled and operates hundreds of wells in the state and seeks to drill 4 proposed 1-mile laterals entirely within its controlled acreage. It does not require a pooling order. It has approved APDs and a preliminary approval from the State Land Office for a communitized area, and it has already commitments in place for oil, gas, and water takeaway. Marathon is ready, willing, and able to drill its acreage and develop its JOA, the reason it's purchased this acreage in the first place. Unlike the development plan in a single division case that Powderhorn relies on, Marathon's proposed development is not hypothetical. They're ready to go. They intend to drill it. It's simply waiting to be slotted into their development plans. So to avoid the top-down degradation that we know is going to occur based on simple engineering principles that will be caused by Powderhorn's proposed sequential development, where they target first the Wolfcamp X, Y, and then the lower target, Marathon will do both targets at the same time. In contrast, Powderhorn is a new operator. They've never drilled a well as a team. They've never drilled a well as a team with their proposed newly potential drilling operator. Now, while they propose to drill 1.5 miles as opposed to 1 mile, they're going to do it through a phased approach. And they claim that the efficiencies that they believe they can get through the longer laterals justify confiscating Marathon's 55% working interests through the police powers of the state and overriding their 100% working interest control JOA. For a team that has never worked together to drill or operate a well, to actually achieve those efficiencies in its first drilling program with its first drilling contractor is, in our view, speculation. To bolster its argument, Powderhorn initially claimed Marathon's proposed north half development will strand Powderhorn's acreage in the northeast quarter of Section 3. But that argument, in our view, is without technical merit. They didn't address it on rebuttal. In our view, they discarded it. Now that leaves Powderhorn with their argument that Marathon is just trying to defend its position through an old JOA. It's true that the JOA is old, but it's still a binding contract and it still has 100% commitment that governs the acreage. It's also true that Marathon is vigorously defending its majority working interest position and operatorship in the north half of Section 2. But it was forced into that position of having to defend its valuable mineral interests and its position with a competing development plan when the agreement it thought it had negotiated or was close to completing with Powderhorn turned out to be a mirage. Instead of disclosing at the outset that its proposed trade with Marathon was contingent on a deal with an undisclosed third party, so Marathon could appropriately discount the risk of that third party transaction falling apart, Powderhorn allowed Marathon to believe that it owned and controlled that acreage, even providing Marathon a letter of intent outlining the trade with the acreage it did not even own, leading Marathon and its management team down a primrose path that ended up being a dead end. Now that soured all trade deals with Powderhorn. Nevertheless, they continued to try to make a commercial resolution through other options. But in the end, none of the options that were provided to Marathon were economic, and it was better for Marathon to just drill its own wells. So unable to show that Marathon's development will result in substantial waste, the division should deny Powderhorn's application as filed and allow Marathon to develop its own JOA acreage. Having reached agreement with the majority of the working interests in the remainder of its acreage in the east half of Section 3 and in the south half of Section 2, Powderhorn can and should file new pooling applications for the east half of Section 3 and the south half of Section 2 to drill its acreage And the division should allow Marathon to drill its own acreage where it retains 100% working interest control. I appreciate the opportunity to make that opening statement. We have two witnesses remaining. First will be a land witness who will testify about negotiations and the overview of the proposed development. And the second will be our geology witness who will testify about the appropriateness of the orientation of the wells and the proposed development that Marathon seeks to do.
Would you come and sit at the witness and turn on the microphone, please? Good morning. I remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, Mr. Officer.
Mr. Rankin?
Thank you very much. Ms. Klingler, will you please state your full name for the record?
Shelley Klingler.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with ConocoPhillips, who owns Marathon Oil Permian, as a staff land negotiator in the Delaware Basin.
And Marathon is a wholly owned subsidiary of ConocoPhillips, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you previously testified before the division and had your credentials accepted.
Yes, sir.
Now, you provided a written direct testimony that's marked as Marathon Exhibit B, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've conducted a study of the lands in the subject area.
Yes, sir.
And you prepared your exhibits that are marked as Exhibit A, your statement, and Exhibits A1 through A8.
Yes, sir.
And you've also prepared rebuttal Exhibits 1 through 4 and 8, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those exhibits were prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision.
Yes, sir.
Any corrections or changes to the testimony or exhibits?
No, sir.
Do you adopt the testimony marked as Exhibit A as your sworn testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Having already admitted these exhibits, Mr. Examiner, I'll go right into my questions. Ms. Klinger, I want to first address the claims by Powderhorn that the northeast quarter of Section 3 will be stranded and the topics around that point. I'm going to share my screen as soon as I get to it. One moment. Paragraph 10 of Powderhorn's landman statement, Mr. Maka states that it was newly communicated the intention of stranding the northeast quarter of Section 3. Did Marathon ever communicate to Powderhorn at any time that it intended to strand the northeast quarter of Section 3?
No, sir.
Does Marathon, in fact, intend to strand the northeast quarter of Section 3?
Marathon does not plan to strand it. There are options available to Powderhorn.
And in your opinion, with those options, Marathon's development will not actually strand that acreage.
That's correct.
In fact, if I look at Powderhorn's own exhibit A8, there's a variety of stand-up and lay-down orientations that have been drilled and are proposed to be drilled in immediately offsetting acreage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go to your rebuttal slides 1 through 4. And just explain, if you would, at a high level, what this slide shows and how, in your opinion, based on your discussions with your engineers and geologists, Powderhorn would be able to go forward with this development plan.
This slide shows that there is an option to drill the east half of Section 3 and the south half of Section 2 from one single pad to fully develop those spacing units.
And you heard Powderhorn's geologists testify that it would be possible for them to do this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And next slide here, rebuttal exhibit 2 just shows that same orientation in the context of offsetting development. In your opinion, as a landman, does that have any, is there any concerns, or does it fit within the pattern of development existing within the offsetting acreage?
Yes. Multiple companies have drilled north-south wells.
And oftentimes is it the orientations that a company choose, is it often in this acreage based on their land position?
Often, yes.
Okay. And they're able to do that because, based on your understanding from your discussions with your geologist, that's because there's no strong preferential for well orientation here, correct?
That is correct.
And you'll hear more of that Mr. Dupree on that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next slide here is your rebuttal slide number 3. Explain what this additional alternative option may be that Powderhorn could consider.
As a preference for Powderhorn is to drill longer laterals, as many companies prefer to do. There is an option to do 2-mile U-turn wells in the 320 spacing units or approximate 320 spacing units in which they have majority interest.
We haven't heard much about U-turn wells yet, but Ms. Klingler, are U-turn wells a common development plan that operators are drilling these days?
Yes, they are becoming more and more common, and Conoco is currently involved in some now.
The wells that Conoco are involved in now, are some of those offsetting this acreage?
Yes, in the section 31 and the south half of section 30 of 23 south, 27 east.
Ms. Klingler, you've heard testimony that Powderhorn prefers longer laterals when it can develop them, and that's why they prefer the 1.5 approach. Is that your understanding of their testimony?
That is,
What would be the benefit of this approach, given Powderhorn's preference for longer laterals?
they would get 2-mile efficiencies with U-turn wells.
And so with 2-mile wells, they would get an extra mile of lateral just between these 2 wells, correct?
Yes,
Going back to Mr. Maka's direct testimony in paragraph 10, sorry, paragraph 11, you reviewed Mr. Maka's testimony, correct?
yes, sir.
And this statement seems to indicate that it was never communicated to Powderhorn that Marathon ever contemplated drilling its own acreage. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
That is what I'm reading in his testimony.
Okay, but in fact, were there discussions had between Powderhorn and Marathon indicating that Powderhorn was contemplating its own development pattern?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said pattern, I meant to say plan. And in fact, were there communications between Marathon and Powderhorn where Marathon stated that it was actually contemplating drilling this acreage itself?
Yes, we were very upfront about that.
So I'm looking at Powderhorn's Exhibit A15, the communications log in the bottom left corner where it references the October 2025 timeframe. In fact, here it references on October 29th that ConocoPhillips discussed potentially developing this acreage itself, correct?
Correct.
And was that the earliest timeframe that ConocoPhillips had discussed potentially developing this acreage itself?
That may have been the earliest with Powderhorn, but I believe we spoke on the phone with Mr. Maka earlier when he was first communicating their desire to drill our acreage.
And Ms. Klingler, you testified earlier that Marathon is a wholly owned subsidiary of ConocoPhillips, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did ConocoPhillips acquire Marathon?
November 22nd of 2024.
And that acquisition of Marathon, did it include this acreage?
It did.
Did it include this JOA
It did.
and also the operating rights under that JOA?
That's correct.
And as part of that purchase, did Marathon intend to, or rather, did ConocoPhillips intend to buy this acreage with the intent of developing it?
Yes.
And tell me what the benefit is of buying acreage that's 100% committed under a JOA?
You have the opportunity to execute on a sooner timeline, earlier timeline than if you don't have a voluntary agreement in place.
And why is that?
You don't need a pooling.
Right, because
We've already got everybody committed
Okay.
and we can just get our APDs and drill.
So under New Mexico law, you have 2 options if you want to be an operator to drill a well. You either have to get voluntary agreement or you have to go get forced pooling, correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the division generally favors when operators can come to 100% agreement?
Yes.
And that's because they don't have to use the police powers of the state to force mineral owners to combine their interests, right?
That's correct.
And so in this instance, Marathon purchased, or ConocoPhillips purchased this Marathon interest with the express purpose of being able to develop it without having to go to pooling, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk a little bit about working interest control. Whoops. Oh, Mr. Hearing's off. One moment, I didn't have my computer plugged in. One moment.
Are you, Ms. Vance, not able to drive the exhibits? I'm gonna get some water. Let's take a 2-minute break. Mr. Rankin, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Klingler, before my computer died for lack of battery, I was going to ask you, we're going to start talking about some working interest control issues. Referring back to paragraph 11 of Powderhorn's land statement, Mr. Maka states that they own or have a committed interest in each tract of their proposed spacing unit. You agree with that?
I agree with qualifications.
Okay. What I want to get to the basis for your qualifications. And so to do that, I'm going to walk through with you your understanding of where things stand on ownership and working interest control in the north half of section 2. So I think probably the best way to do that is to pull up your rebuttal exhibit number 8. I'm going to try to make it a little bit bigger. I'd like for you to explain, if you would, the parties with the working interest in the north half of section 2 and their commitment, the nature of their commitment to the working interest, to the JOA that you operate.
I'm sorry, are you sharing this slide?
Oh, I'm not sharing it. There we go. The rookie mistake. Here, one moment.
Thank you.
So yeah, just again, I'd like you just to walk through where things stand on the working interest, ownership and control under, and how they're committed to your JOA.
In the north half of section 2, the Marathon operated joint operating agreement includes interest from Marathon as to 55.5% of the north half of section 2. Kaiser is at 43.74% of the north half of 2. And we have Powderhorn listed with 3.125 of the tract in lot 2, in section 2, lot 1, southwest and northwest, for a total of 0.78%, which is committed. And when they purchased it, they knew that.
Okay. So just kind of taking each working interest owner in turn, you agree with the working interest represented on Powderhorn's chart for the Kaiser Francis interest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one party here that you show as having 0% is Avant. On Mr. Maka's chart, I believe they had some interest, 14 acres or so in one of their tracts. You don't show the mowing in the north half of section 2.
That is correct. They do not.
And you've had discussions with Avant as part of this development project, correct?
Yes, on February 5th in person.
And based on your discussions with Avant, you understand from them that they don't own any interest in north half of section 2.
That is what they confirmed to me in person.
Okay. Now, and then you agree with Powderhorn that PBX does not own any interest in the north half of section 2, correct?
That's correct.
Nor does Permian, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to just, I think you heard that testimony from Mr. Maka yesterday,
Yes, sir.
and he went through, I asked him some questions about the working interests and the nature of their interest, Powderhorn's interest in the north half of section 2, how they acquired it. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comments or disagreements with Mr. Maka's testimony about how they obtained their interest?
I don't disagree with the conveyance documents that have been filed of record. We just have an issue with the particular clause in the joint operating agreement. We were never informed.
Okay, so at no point during the communications, negotiations over this acreage did Powderhorn inform you or anybody at Marathon that they had acquired an interest in the north half of section 2?
Not until February 27th.
And how did that notification come to pass?
I received a phone call from their co-CEO, Jack Yates, and he was the one who informed me at that time that they did have an interest in the north half of 2, which I immediately looked into and subsequently immediately sent them proposals.
Okay, and so that's why they got their well proposals a little bit after the other parties under the JOA, correct?
That's correct.
But to this date, Powderhorn has not yet provided the formal notification of its ownership in the north half under the JOA, correct?
They did not, nor did Vatex.
But those interests, you agree, are fully committed to
Yes.
to the JOA.
Yes, sir.
And you agree that there's no dispute that Powderhorn itself is fully committed to Marathon's JOA.
That's correct.
You heard some testimony from Mr. Maka that Marathon's JOA is an old JOA and didn't contemplate horizontal wells. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall.
Is there any dispute, however, that Marathon's JOA is still valid and applies to the acreage and would govern Marathon's proposed horizontal wells?
There is no dispute.
And is it common for operators to continue to rely on and operate under JOAs that predate horizontal well drilling?
Absolutely.
Is your understanding that the division, well, I think I've already asked this question, so I can skip that. It's good. You were present for Mr. Maka's testimony yesterday regarding Kaiser Francis's interests and its agreements with Powderhorn.
Yes.
Based on your understanding, now you had discussions with Kaiser Francis as well, correct?
Yes.
Based on your understanding, and you had discussions with Powderhorn's co-CEO, Mr. Jack Yates, regarding that agreement with Kaiser Francis and Powderhorn, correct?
Yes.
Based on those discussions and what you know, do you have any differences of opinion or comments regarding Mr. Maka's testimony?
I don't disagree that it's contingent.
When you say it's contingent, you meaning what?
That Kaiser Francis entered into a letter agreement with Powderhorn for a trade. And if there was interest left, then they would receive a 32% carry from Powderhorn. And that was confirmed by Jack Yates.
And you understand that as part of that agreement, Kaiser Francis signed Powderhorn's proposed JOA, correct?
That is correct.
And tell me what your understanding, tell me your opinion about that commitment to Kaiser Francis' commitment to Powderhorn's JOA.
Based on my conversations with Kaiser Francis's land manager and with Powderhorn's co-CEO, it did not sound like a true commitment.
And why do you say that?
Because Kaiser Francis made a deal to trade out of the acreage if Powderhorn wins operations. So they won't be a part. It won't matter.
And based on that, do you have an understanding of whether Kaiser Francis would want to be in acreage where Powderhorn is drilling its first wells?
I was on several teams meetings with the land manager at Kaiser Francis, and he expressed on multiple occasions, that Kaiser Francis did not want to be in the quote unquote practice wells with Powderhorn.
Now I'm going to turn back to the land statement of Mr. Maka, he identifies here that in paragraph 14, that they own or control 159.12 net acres subject to the Marathon JOA in the north half of section 2. Do you see that?
I see that.
Based on your calculations, just based on the total net acres or the total acreage in the unit, is that even possible?
No.
Why is that?
In the north half of section 2, there are 320.32 acres. Marathon owns 177.7. The remainder would be approximately, I think, 143, which includes the Kaiser Francis numbers and the numbers we have for Powderhorn. And they would be around 45% between those two. And Marathon has over 55.
So if I were to add up, or you were to add up, or the division were to add up all the interests in Powderhorn's working interest chart, would that exceed 100%?
Yes.
All right. In fact, does Powderhorn show itself having a greater interest than you show in their acreage?
Yes, on their slide, they showed more than we have in our certified title opinion.
And they show Marathon as having less than you show, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So part of that disconnect is because some of that acreage that belongs to Marathon has been accounted for under Powderhorn's interests.
That's what it looks like and why they put Avant in the north half of 2.
Going back to Powderhorn's exhibits in their direct case, Exhibit A8, there's a comment in the top left corner under the first bullet that states that Marathon is relying on existing JOA 1 mile that has been superseded by Powderhorn and Kaiser Francis. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you heard Mr. Maka testify along those same lines that there's a superseding JOA, correct?
I heard him say that, yes.
Do you agree that Marathon's JOA has been superseded by Powderhorn's proposed JOA?
No,
Why do you disagree?
the Marathon operated JOA is an active JOA that covers the north half of section 2 and has not been rescinded or expired. And the major party in the north half of 2, Marathon, has not executed the Powderhorn JOA.
Has any party to Marathon's JOA rescinded or revoked its commitment to that document?
No, they have not.
And to be clear, Marathon still owns the majority working interest in the north half, section 2, with over 55% interest.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk a little bit about Powderhorn's comments regarding Marathon's activity in the area. Paragraph number 18 in the statement from the landman says that ConocoPhillips has been inactive for the last 8 years in this acreage. Do you have a response to that?
ConocoPhillips did not own the acreage in the north half of section 2 until November 22nd of 2024.
In fact, did ConocoPhillips own acreage in the immediately offsetting area?
Conoco does own acreage in the immediate offsetting area and has been very active.
But as to this acreage, ConocoPhillips wasn't active because it didn't own it, correct?
That's correct, but Marathon was active.
Tell me a little bit about the timeline, as soon as reminding us when Marathon was acquired by ConocoPhillips and what steps ConocoPhillips took to begin operations in this acreage.
So Conoco closed on the acquisition of Marathon, as I said, November 22nd of 2024. Prior to that, Marathon had updated its title and planned the Campana North Half Mile unit to be drilled, which we picked up from them, and activity started within 10 months when we first disclosed to Powderhorn that we planned self-development.
And if I go back to that communications log where we talked previously about the entry on October 29th, approximately how many months was that from the time that the acquisition closed?
It's about 10 months, 11 months. Yeah, about 10 months. we started the activity. And we currently operate a well. Sorry.
In that same acreage, correct?
Yes,
And where is that well completed?
in the north half of 2,
And what zone is it in?
in the Morrow.
Okay, so there's an active communization agreement in place with the State Land Office for that well.
Yes.
On the same topic about activity, I'm going to move into the question of divestments. I think going to the point that perhaps this acreage is not as important to Marathon as it is to Powderhorn. Powderhorn's testimony was that Marathon had, or ConocoPhillips had been actively divesting its interest in this acreage. Do you recall that testimony?
I recall.
And what is your response to that?
We did not divest.
Okay, what does divestment mean to you?
To sell, get rid of.
Did ConocoPhillips or Marathon sell or divest or trade out any of its acreage identified on this exhibit?
No, we entered into strategic development agreements to make sure our acreage was developed properly.
Just at a high level, so we get the color, explain what ConocoPhillips and Marathon, their engagement was as part of that development plan.
So B and C are referring to bat bomb, which is B, and C is war pigeon, which has been referred to by Powderhorn. A is prior to the ConocoPhillips acquisition of Marathon, so I don't have any history with that one. But I was the sole landman involved with B and C. We marketed these projects because we wanted to get them drilled at a certain time, and we had a federal obligation to meet. And so we marketed and we vetted companies, and it took over a year to get a formal vetting process done and agreed to. And then we went forward with development agreements and a full collaboration. So these units were developed according to ConocoPhillips's best case scenario.
And just so I understand, when you say the coordination and best case scenario, were ConocoPhillips engineers and geologists and landmen intimately involved with
Yes.
the planning and the development of that acreage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did ConocoPhillips maintain its engagement and oversight of those development projects?
Yes, I did the majority of the land work.
And as to the engineering and geology, were the ConocoPhillips engineers and geologists continuing to be engaged with the development of that project?
There was full collaboration between the company that we allowed to operate and ConocoPhillips.
Did any of these agreements happen under a term assignment?
No,
Any of them under a farm out?
I do not call them a farm out because we were so heavily involved in the planning and execution.
Paragraph 18 of the land statement goes into some detail addressing ConocoPhillips' general preference for longer laterals, developing longer laterals. What's your reaction or response to that statement into that paragraph?
My reaction is that most companies try really hard to extend their laterals where possible, but that doesn't mean 1 mile is bad.
And is that part of the reason that ConocoPhillips and Marathon were interested in engaging with Powderhorn over the negotiations that were presented to it?
Yes, they made an attractive trade offer to us to extend our laterals in another Conoco operated project, which we were excited about.
So tell me, without getting into specifics, Marathon's management, ConocoPhillips management's initial response to Powderhorn's trade proposal.
The management team was happy to hear about it. They thought that it might be more value accretive for the shareholders if we were able to extend laterals in the other area. We still believe that the 1 mile wells in Campana will be good wells and will create value. However, like most companies wanting to extend laterals, we thought it'd be a way for us to get out of Powderhorn's hair and they get out of ours.
And so because of that, the attractive nature of it and the ability to extend laterals elsewhere, that was the the reason that Marathon undertook a due diligence effort to evaluate that trade, right?
Yes, and we did quite a bit of work vetting that trade.
Did Marathon or ConocoPhillips accelerate that trade evaluation?
Yes, we did.
Did you communicate that to Powderhorn?
I did. I told them we were scrambling to make sure that we got to it in a timely manner as quickly as possible, given the timing of the hearing.
Ultimately, Marathon did not accept that trade, right? And ended negotiations, correct?
That's correct.
As to the trade deals, correct?
To the trade.
Explain, if you would, just from your perspective, why the trade deal negotiations ended.
I asked multiple times after doing my due diligence if Powderhorn could show me conveyance documents or some type of letter authorizing them to market the interest to us. And I finally asked the CEO, co-CEO Jack Yates, who called me and said that they didn't own it and that they wouldn't be able to do the trade after all.
And that was over a period of what, like a day and a half, 2 days?
Yes,
And given the nature of negotiations and the timing, would you agree that timing was of the essence?
yes,
And it wasn't that they weren't responding to you, correct?
correct,
They just weren't answering your question.
correct.
And so you didn't find out until you got that note from Mr. Yates, correct?
That's correct.
How many years, Ms. Klingler, have you been a landman?
About 35.
Have you ever had the occasion occur where a trade was proposed by a counterparty, a letter of intent was drafted by that counterparty and sent over with proposed acreage trade, only to find out later that the counterparty did not actually own that acreage?
I've never had an instance where they did not own the interest at all.
What was Marathon's management's response about continuing negotiations with Powderhorn and this acreage on a trade deal?
They were extremely disappointed and said, then let's continue with our self-development.
Now, on so that was the determination from management, but did in fact discussions continue with Powderhorn over a potential resolution?
Yes, we
Yeah.
continue to evaluate carry offers that were offered to us by Powderhorn. We went through many iterations of evaluations and reviews to try to resolve this prior to hearing.
So notwithstanding the disappointment or the concern over the trade deal, Marathon continued to engage with Powderhorn over a potential resolution, correct?
Yes,
At the same time, was Marathon preparing a plan to develop its acreage on its own then?
yes,
And that was a plan that had earlier contemplated, correct?
correct, prior to the acquisition.
Okay, now, did anything that Powderhorn offered to Marathon match what Marathon could achieve through its own development of 1 mile wells?
All the evaluations numbers that were sent to me by Dr. Amakwe showed that we would create more value by drilling the north half ourselves.
Now, this has come up in this hearing that Marathon had actually originally proposed 1.5 mile lateral. Is that true?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that, during the fallout of these negotiations, Marathon then decided that it was going to revert to 1 mile wells, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Klingler, just if you would explain a little bit about Marathon's thinking and why it chose to pursue the 1 mile well instead of a 1.5 mile well.
Prior to, I believe the week before, or when exhibits were due is when we found out that Avant was dismissing their case in the Wolf Camp. So everything we did was also with keeping in mind that they were also trying to execute on the south half of Section 2 and the southeast of 3. And given that Coterra and Powderhorn were doing a trade for Powderhorn to gain interest in the east half of 2, Conoco was trying to be reasonable and allow each party to develop their own acreage.
You said east half of 2. Did you mean east
I'm
half
sorry.
of 3?
Yes, thank you, sorry.
Okay. So essentially, what I hear you saying is that observing all the negotiations that were happening at a rapid pace, you saw that Coterra made a deal with Powderhorn in the east half of Section 3.
Yes, sir.
And then you understood that Avant was continuing to want to develop its acreage that it owned in the south half of 2, correct?
That is what Avant told me.
Okay, and so then based on all that, and based on the inability to trade out in an equitable manner, and based on Powderhorn's inability to make an offer to ConocoPhillips and Marathon that matched at least what it could achieve through its own development, Marathon then decided to proceed to develop its acreage on its own.
That's correct.
And retracting to a 1 mile plan of development, what did that allow the other operators to do?
It would allow them to develop their own 320.
So in each case, then operators with the majority working interest and majority working interest control in their own acreage could then proceed to develop their own acreage, correct?
Absolutely, with higher working interest.
On that point, Ms. Klingler, how does the percentage of working interest factor in sometimes to an operator's determination about whether to drill longer laterals or shorter laterals?
In this particular case, we prefer to have our 55.5% over being diluted throughout the 959, almost 1,000 acre spacing unit. That creates more value for our shareholders and allows us to develop the acres that we purchased under the JOA that we have.
Would you agree that it would allow Marathon to determine its own destiny with its own resources?
Absolutely.
And it would allow Marathon to develop its acreage in the manner it deems best fit for the acreage?
Yes.
And that would include co-development, vertical co-development between the upper and lower benches?
Yes, sir.